Orders of
Government orders, government bills. Second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, standing in the name of the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Blair, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Well, good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for your kind introduction, and I am very honored today to have the opportunity and privilege to take part in this debate and to introduce to this House Bill C-21 at its second reading. Madam Speaker, Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, is a historic and important step forward for Canada in creating a safer country. Madam Speaker, this legislation proposes to introduce some of the strongest gun control measures in our country's history. It represents the culmination of many years of work and strong advocacy from the victims of gun crimes in this country. We have listened to those victims. We've listened to police chiefs across the country who have urged successive governments to bring in stronger measures, recognizing that community safety and gun control is a factor of community safety and a necessary legislative requirement in order to keep our communities safe. As Dr. Nadia Ahmed, the co-chair of the Doctors for Protection from Guns, has said about this bill, this is a comprehensive bill that, when enacted, will save lives. Madam Speaker, Canada is generally a very safe country, and Canadians take great pride, but they are concerned, legitimately concerned, about the threats posed by firearm-related crime in their communities. Madam Speaker, it's important to begin with the recognition and acknowledgement that gun ownership in Canada is not a right. It is a privilege. It's a privilege earned by gun owners who obey our laws, who purchase their guns legally, use them responsibly, store them securely. And it is through the strict adherence to our laws, regulations, and restrictions that Canadians earn the privilege of firearm ownership. And I want to acknowledge that the overwhelming majority of those firearm owners are, in fact, responsible and abide by our laws. But we also know that far too often, firearms can fall into the wrong hands or be present in dangerous circumstances. Madam Speaker, as a former police officer and police chief, I have far too many times been required to go to the scene of firearm tragedies where young people and innocent citizens have been gunned down in the streets, and where the impact of firearm violence impacts not only those victims, but their families and their communities. Last summer, Madam Speaker, I went to a community in Toronto that had already experienced 22 violent gun incidents just in the month of July. And what that meant in that community is every child knew someone who had been the victim of a gun crime. That generational trauma demands a response, an appropriate response from all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I've also had the unfortunate duty to attend funerals for police officers and for citizens who've been killed with these guns. And those are the things that I think should deepen all of our resolve to take action. We have listened to the strong advocacy of the victims of the École Polytechnique in Nova Scotia, at the mosque in Quebec, and at tragedies throughout the country. We have also witnessed with horror the use of some of these weapons in mass shootings around the world. And Madam Speaker, we have taken action. As you'll recall, last May 1st, our government, by order in council, prohibited over 1,500 weapons. With Bill C-21 introduced today, we are taking actions to complete that prohibition. We have, through the legislation, established the conditions which are necessary to secure and set controls for the newly prohibited firearms. Under this legislation, all of those in possession of such newly prohibited firearms will be required to acquire a license to possess the weapon. The firearm will have to be registered as a prohibited weapon. There will be no grandfathering as was previously done, but rather we are imposing through this legislation strict prohibitions on the sale, transfer, and transport of this weapon. And we are imposing complete prohibitions on their use. The use of these newly prohibited weapons will be a criminal offense. We are also imposing strict conditions on the storage of these weapons, rendering these newly prohibited firearms legally unusable as a firearm. Madam Speaker, we have relied on the advice of law enforcement and our various officials across the country to determine the best way to manage safely these weapons that are prevalent in our society. But I also want to be clear, there's nothing actually in this legislation that speaks of a buyback program, but we also believe that those Canadians who purchase these guns legally that we have now prohibited need to be treated fairly. And we are imposing appropriate and necessary prohibitions on their sale and their use and restrictions on their storage. But we also intend to offer the people who purchase these guns legally an opportunity to surrender them and to be fairly compensated for them. Madam Speaker, this bill does much more than just complete the prohibition. We have also looked very carefully in this legislation at all of the ways in which criminals gain access to guns. And as I've said, we have seen a very concerning increase in gun violence in cities and communities right across this country. It manifests itself in different ways, but we know that in almost every circumstance, criminals get their guns from one of three ways. They are either smuggled across our borders from the United States, they are stolen from lawful gun owners or for gun retailers, or they're criminally diverted from those who purchase them legally and then sell them illegally. Madam Speaker, in consultation with law enforcement, we have looked at all of the ways in which criminals gain access to guns, and we have taken strong action in Bill C-21 to close off that supply of guns. And for example, the concern of guns that are coming in from across the border. We've heard very many times about concern from law enforcement, but also from communities across the country about the proliferation of firearms, particularly handguns, that are smuggled in from the United States. Madam Speaker, I recently had a conversation with my counterpart in the United States, and we are committed to establishing a task force, a bilateral task force on both sides of our country for law enforcement to work more collaboratively together to help prevent the importation of these firearms. And in Bill C-21, we are also taking strong action to increase the penalty for gun smuggling and to provide law enforcement and our border service officers with both the resources and access to the data they need to be effective in identifying the source of these guns and for cutting off that supply and to deal more effectively to deter and to detect and to prosecute those individuals and organizations that are responsible for smuggling these guns into our country. But Madam Speaker, let us also be clear that smuggling is not the only way. And quite often we hear from gun retailers and the gun lobby in this country that we should only look at somebody else's guns, not theirs. But the reality, unfortunately, in this country, Madam Speaker, that in many parts of the country, crime guns are not just smuggled across the border. And in fact, I think it's important to listen to some of the police chiefs. And for example, the chief of Saskatoon has recently said that guns in his community, crime guns in his community, are not being smuggled across the border, but rather are being stolen from legal gun owners. We've also heard from the chief in Regina, who very clearly said that again, the guns in his community are not coming across the border, but either are guns that are legally owned, obtained through theft or through straw purchase. And the chief in Edmonton, who also opined that only 5 to 10% of the crime guns in his community in the city of Edmonton are actually smuggled across the border, and the rest come from legal gun owners, from theft and straw purchasing. And so, Madam Speaker, it's important in this legislation that we address both those sources of supply as well. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we're introducing in this legislation strict new restrictions on the storage of handguns in this country that will require all handgun owners to store their weapons more securely in a safer vault that will be prescribed and described in the regulations of this legislation. And it will also require gun retailers to store their weapons when on display and in storage more securely to prevent the theft. And Madam Speaker, I would just highlight just an example. A couple of years ago, 2 young girls and 9 Torontonians were injured in a terrible and tragic gun incident. And the firearm in that case was stolen some 3 months before from a gun shop in Saskatoon. And over 3 months, it made its way into Toronto and was used in a horrific crime. And so keeping those guns out of our community is an important element of Bill C-21. And finally, Madam Speaker, we also deal with the source of supply through criminal diversion. We've seen a number of examples where individuals have purchased a large number of handguns, have made an attempt to disguise their origin by filing off the serial numbers and then selling them for an enormous profit to the criminal market and to the gangs that commit these violent acts in our communities. Those crimes, in order to be detected and therefore deterred, we need to ensure that law enforcement has access to the resources and the data that they need to properly trace those weapons. And that's why, Madam Speaker, first of all, we've in this legislation provided law enforcement with that access. But we're also making significant investments. And yesterday, I advised this House that through our investments in British Columbia, for example, we've just opened up a brand new forensic firearms laboratory that will assist law enforcement in determining the origin of these weapons and to hold those individuals who purchase them legally and sell them illegally to account. Madam Speaker, we also know that in addition to crime guns that get into the hands of criminals, there are also circumstances where the presence of a firearm, which may have been legally obtained, in certain potentially dangerous situations can lead to tragedy. We see it in incidents of domestic violence and intimate partner violence, where a firearm may be legally acquired and be in a home, but when the circumstances of that home change so that it becomes a place of violence and threat and coercion, Madam Speaker, the presence of a firearm in those circumstances can lead to deadly consequences. And so although the police currently have some limited authority to remove firearms from those circumstances, we know, Madam Speaker, that in many, many cases of domestic and intimate partner violence, the police are not aware of the presence of a firearm or even the crime is reported to them. And so through this legislation, we are empowering others, empowering victims, those who support them, legal aid clinics, other people in our society to be able to take effective action through what we call extreme risk laws to remove those firearms from that potentially dangerous situation. Similarly, Madam Speaker, in a situation where an individual may become suicidal or is emotionally disturbed, where the presence of a firearm in that situation could lead to a deadly outcome. And Madam Speaker, we are empowering doctors, family members, clergymen, elders in a community to take effective action to remove firearms, utilizing the provisions of this legislation to remove firearms from that potentially deadly and dangerous situation. And finally, Madam Speaker, it also applies to those who engage in acts of hatred and extremism online, and where there is evidence, and we have seen this in a number of tragic incidents right in this country, where individuals have given indication of their deadly intent online, and where that information is available, we are now empowering those who become aware of it to take action, to remove firearms from that deadly situation and help keep people safe. And Madam Speaker, I want to advise this House that in every jurisdiction in the United States, 19 states have implemented extreme risk laws, or what are also referred to as red flag laws. And in those states, Madam Speaker, we have seen that strong evidence that these measures save lives. And Madam Speaker, that is our intent with this legislation. This legislation is not intended in any way to infringe upon the legitimate use of firearms for hunting or sport shooting purposes. It is, Madam Speaker, first and foremost, a public safety bill. It aims to keep firearms out of the hands of those who would commit violent crimes with them and to remove firearms from situations that can become dangerous and therefore be made deadly by the presence of a firearm. And Madam Speaker, that is the intent of this legislation. We are taking some additional measures within this legislation. We, for example, have listened to law enforcement, which for over 30 years has been urging the Government of Canada to take action to prohibit what are often referred to as replica firearms. Madam Speaker, these are devices which are designed and appear absolutely indistinguishable from dangerous. They present an overwhelming and impossible challenge for law enforcement when confronted with individuals with these devices, and it has in many circumstances led to potentially tragic consequences. And so, Madam Speaker, in this legislation, we are also introducing legislation to listening to the law enforcement to prohibit those devices. And if I may be clear, this isn't about BB guns and paint guns and pellet guns that people use recreationally. It's about devices that are designed to appear as exact replicas of dangerous firearms. And it is that exact appearance which really creates the danger around these devices, and so we're taking action. We're also taking action to strengthen our provisions with respect to large capacity magazines. And Madam Speaker, I have been to far too many shootings in my city of Toronto where we've seen, whereas years ago, when someone perhaps may have discharged a revolver, there would be 2 or 3 shots fired. But now with dangerous semi-automatic handguns and large capacity magazines, it can lead to situations where we have literally dozens and dozens of rounds that have been discharged, putting far more innocent people at risk. And so we have seen that those devices often are modified and changed to allow for a higher capacity, and we are taking action to prevent that. We're closing a loophole with respect to the importation of information, and we're making other consequential amendments to this legislation, all intended to keep communities safe. And Madam Speaker, I also want to be clear that companion to this important legislation, we've also made significant investments, first of all, in law enforcement. We saw several years ago that a previous government cut enormous amounts of funding from the police, eliminating RCMP officers and border service officers, weakening our controls at the border, and compromising our ability to deal effectively with organized crime. And Madam Speaker, we've been reinvesting in policing and in border services to restore Canada's capacity to secure our borders and to keep our communities safe. And Madam Speaker, for example, we've made over $214 million available even to municipal and Indigenous police services because we know that they do important work in dealing with guns and gangs in their community and reducing gun violence. And so we've made those investments in policing, and those investments are important. But Madam Speaker, they're not the only investments that are necessary in order to keep our communities safe. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we're also investing in communities. And through our fall economic statement, we're making $250 million over the next 5 years available to community organizations that, Madam Speaker, do extraordinary work in our communities and working with young people and helping to change the social conditions that give rise to crime and violence in our community. Madam Speaker, I believe this is a comprehensive approach to gun safety in this country. It's always extraordinary to me that some people are afraid to talk about guns when we're talking about gun violence. But in my experience, Madam Speaker, countries that have strong and appropriate gun control are safer countries. And we have also seen that in those countries that have weak gun laws, as have been opposed by some in this House, those countries experience far too often the tragedy of gun violence. Madam Speaker, I would, if I may repeat, that in this country, firearm ownership is a privilege and not a right. That makes us fundamentally different from countries like the United States, where the right to bear arms is a constitutionally protected right. It is not in Canada. Canada, like many other very sensible countries, has taken the appropriate step of banning firearms that have no place in our society. They're not designed for hunting, and they're not designed for sport. They're designed basically for soldiers to hunt other soldiers, to kill people, Madam Speaker. And tragically, that's what they've been used for. That's why we've prohibited them. And through the actions of this bill, we are taking strong measures to ensure that these firearms cannot be ever legally used in this country. We believe that these provisions are appropriate, necessary, will be effective, and that they are fair, because we acknowledge as well that those who purchased those now prohibited firearms did so legally. And now that we've prohibited them, we want to ensure that they can never be used to commit a violent crime at any time in this country. Madam Speaker, we've drawn a bright line in this legislation. We are not a country where people arm themselves to defend themselves against each other. We don't carry guns in this country for self-protection. We rely on the law. The rule of law, peace, order, and good government is a strongly held Canadian value. And we do not arm our citizens, as they do in some other countries, to protect themselves and to use for self-defense. Firearms in this country, Madam Speaker, are only appropriate for hunting and for sports shooting purposes. And there is nothing in this legislation that in any way infringes upon those activities in this country. Notwithstanding, some will try to make the case, but frankly, it's a false case. It's based on a false assumption. And the assumption is, first of all firearms in this country, all firearms represent a danger. They are offensive weapons by their very definition, and therefore we regulate them in Canada. We regulate them very strictly. Additionally, some of those firearms are very dangerous, and so we've appropriately added additional restrictions, and we restrict those weapons, handguns, for example. And finally, there are some weapons that frankly have no place in a society for which firearms can only be used for hunting and sport purposes. Firearms that were designed for combat, that are tactical weapons, that used to be marketed as assault weapons before those weapons began to be prohibited by countries like New Zealand, Australia, the United Kingdom, and even in the United States for a decade, these weapons were prohibited. And so, Madam Speaker, we are doing the right thing and taking the appropriate action to keep Canadians safe. It builds upon the effective measures that we brought forward in Bill C-71, which we are in the process of fully implementing over the next few months. And we believe that, coupled together with our investments, both pieces of legislation will help fulfill our promise to Canadians that we will do everything necessary to strengthen gun control in this country and to keep Canadians safe. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very simple question through you to the Minister. Same question I've actually been asking the Minister here in the House for almost a year now and in written questions. It's about data and substantiation of how any of these firearms that have been prohibited or the measures taken through Bill C-21 will somehow reduce gun violence in this country. Simple question. The data. Where is the evidence? The Minister mentioned he saw 22 tragic gun violent crimes in the Toronto area last year alone. I'd like him just to provide the statistics. Out of those 22 gun crimes, how many were done with legal firearms? As well, I'd like the Minister to clarify and confirm that he just acknowledged that he's bringing back a long gun registry for those prohibited firearms that they've now prohibited. As well, he mentioned that airsoft and replica firearms that he's now prohibiting as well. Would he acknowledge that replica firearms have been prohibited in this country for a number of years now? And finally, he again mentioned that these firearms that were designed that he has prohibited, these 1,500 firearms plus that were prohibited last year, were designed by the military or for military use. I asked him last year just to name one of them that have been prohibited that have ever been or is still in use by the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's always a bit of a mystery to me how a party that eliminated a registry of and the collection of data as it pertains to firearms and did everything they can to undermine even Stats Canada effort to collect data on this issue now complain that there's no data. And one of the reasons there is insufficient data is because of the actions of the previous government. But, Madam Speaker, let me be very clear on something. We are not introducing a new registry, another gun lobby talking point. But the reality is that in Canadian law and during the entire period of the Conservative government, prohibited weapons in this country must be both licensed and registered, and we are just following the law as it exists. There is no new registry here, but these newly prohibited weapons are now, in fact, in law, prohibited weapons, and therefore will have to be, everyone in possession of them will have to have a license in order to possess that prohibited weapon. And because they are now prohibited weapons, they'll also have to be registered as all prohibited weapons always had to be. And Madam Speaker, let me just talk a little bit about the use of guns. I cited a couple of examples, and I don't disagree with the member that a lot of guns that are used, for example, in gun crime in Toronto are smuggled guns. And in my experience, and over 10 years, I traced the origin of every crime gun in Canada, so I have really good data on that. And about 70% were smuggled across the border, and about 30% were obtained they were either legally owned or they were stolen or criminally diverted. And so we had good data in that city, but it's not consistently collected across the country. We're changing that, Madam Speaker, by the way, by investing in appropriate data collection around this issue.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a question for the Minister. The New Democrats have long been in support of banning these assault rifles, trying to make our cities safer, opposing smuggling, and trying to get the government to actually do something about it. But we do have a problem with the Minister when he says that recreational use of firearms are okay. But where handguns are treated in one way under this legislation and allowing them to continue except where restricted by municipalities, airsoft rifles, which are used recreationally across this country by many organizations and groups and as a recreational activity and cause no harm, are being treated as same as assault weapons. Will the Minister recognize that this is a totally different category and try to find some way of allowing this to continue, this recreational use? The banning of airsoft rifles is putting them in the same category as prohibited weapons, and that is wrong.
Honourable Minister.
I thank very much the member from St. John for what was a very important question. First of all, handguns do represent a very significant danger. It's why we restrict them. And just to be very clear, in this legislation, we are imposing very strict national restrictions on handguns, on their storage and on their sale and on their use. And those restrictions apply in every place. We've also listened to municipalities that have said that they would like to do more, and we're prepared to work with communities that want to do more to keep their citizens safe. It's a responsibility we all have. And Madam Speaker, with respect to the airsoft rifles that the member references, there's no problem with those devices except when they are designed and manufactured to exactly replicate dangerous firearms so that they are indistinguishable from those firearms. We've listened to the law enforcement community that's passed a number of resolutions. And by the way, I consulted with the law enforcement community about why they wanted this done. They said these devices have been used in crime. In Winnipeg, for example, Chief Danny Smythe identified that 215 replica firearms were used to commit crimes in his city just last year. And his response to Bill C-21 is he said, we think you're onto something. But I also spoke to the president of the CACP, who strongly supported and expressed their appreciation that government finally listened to law enforcement to take effective action to remove devices that are exactly replicating these dangerous firearms, and there really is no place for them in our society. They represent an unacceptable risk.
Et commentaires de l'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for this explanation of Bill C-21. I've spoken with the group Police se souvient, and that group also said that this bill has flaws because it doesn't discuss handguns, the fact that there's differences between different municipalities. There was a resolution at the National Assembly. So ultimately, given that this bill seems so flawed, is this government ready to go back to the drawing board, work with opposition parties at committees, and review this bill and see if it can be improved?
I thank the member for the question. Let me be very clear. There is a substantial amount in this bill that actually deals with handguns. And as I said, it imposes additional restrictions and gives access to the law enforcement to do a better job of keeping guns out of our country, but that are being smuggled across the border, to prevent their theft through stronger storage requirements, and to assist law enforcement to detect and therefore deter and prosecute those who are, through straw purchase, are purchasing them legally and selling them illegally. There are very strong measures here dealing with handguns. I've also, this government listened to the strong advocacy and was deeply motivated by the tragedy of École Polytechnique, where 14 women were gunned down because they were women. And in that terrible crime, they used a Mini Ruger. The killer used a Mini Ruger 14. In May, we prohibited that weapon. And the advocacy of Police se souvient over nearly 30 years to have that weapon prohibited, we listened and we took action on that. And we are now completing that prohibition to ensure that those weapons can never be legally used in Canada again.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member is on mute.
Sorry. I was sure I'd remove the mute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks to the Honourable Minister. I appreciate his pointing out that we do not have in this country rights to bear arms. I also note that under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we don't have rights to property at all. So much of the rhetoric that I see coming against controls on firearms, such as from a group called the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights, right from the get-go, they don't understand Canadian law. But I did have initially very strong sense of disappointment that the buyback program wasn't mandatory. The Honourable Minister will know that in briefing me and the Green Caucus, that he and the Minister of Justice said that they decided that the New Zealand mandatory firearm buyback hadn't worked because it was mandatory. I just want to say to the Minister, I've been digging into it since the Minister told me that, and everything I can see suggests that yes, in New Zealand there were probably about 170,000 semi-automatic weapons that the Prime Minister wanted removed after the Christchurch massacre. Of the 170,000 that may have been there, only 56,000 were brought back in the mandatory buyback program. And I want the Honourable Minister, I wonder if there are any other countries on which we have modelled the current approach, which is, as you said, not in legislation, but is running parallel along with it.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for a very thoughtful question. And yes, we have had discussions on this. I want to be really clear. A buyback of these weapons, first of all, the Canadians that bought these weapons did so at the time legally. We've since subsequently prohibited them, and therefore we are taking steps to remove those firearms. But it is not intended here for a confiscation program, and that would be a very challenging thing to do. We did look very carefully at buyback programs that have been initiated in Australia and the United Kingdom. They were a little bit more distant. One of the things we learned from all of those circumstances is that governments have to do the important work of getting control of all of these firearms first. And that's what Bill C-21 does. It enables us to impose...
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Lakeland. Is she on?
Okay, she is.
Okay. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Goodness, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You'd think after a year of this that I, could handle it, but hope springs eternal. Madam Speaker, I do want to start by saying Conservatives have and will always support common sense firearm regulations that keep Canadians and communities safe and respect their rights. In Bill C-21, there are some things Conservatives have been calling for and can support. Many things that completely target the wrong people and the wrong groups if the aim really is to improve and protect public safety, and there are crucial areas of concern that are not addressed in this bill at all. Conservatives have always urged the Liberals to focus on and to target Canada's legislation and enforcement resources towards the primary source of most gun crime in Canada, illegally smuggled firearms in the hands of gangs and criminals. That's why we support certain measures here, like increasing the penalty for gun smuggling, something Conservatives have advocated for years, authorizing disclosure to Canadian law enforcement agencies when there are reasonable grounds to suspect a firearms license is used for straw purchasing, improving the ability of the CBSA to manage inadmissibility to Canada when foreign nationals commit offences upon entry to Canada, including firearms-related offences, and transferring the responsibility for transborder criminality from the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Conservatives are committed to actually strengthening and securing public safety through real action to tackle gun crime head on. Conservatives have always said we would increase funding and coordination for border security to crack down on illegal firearms smuggling, restore mandatory minimum sentences to keep violent gang members off the streets, and focus on gangs and criminals instead of making life more difficult for law-abiding firearms owners and retailers by ending automatic bail, revoking parole for gang members, new and tougher sentences for ordering or involvement in violent gang crime. The Liberals do the opposite. They're big on rhetoric, but short on real action. In fact, the day after the Liberals announced Bill C-21, they announced Bill C-22, which incredibly eliminates mandatory minimums for unauthorized possession of a firearm, possession of a prohibited firearm, possession of a weapon obtained by crime, weapons trafficking, reckless discharge of a firearm with intent to wound or endanger a person, robbery with a firearm, so reductions for all those sentences. C-22 reduces sentences for a number of other horrible offenses, including sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, abduction of people under 14, motor vehicle theft, and arson. Conservatives focus on outcomes and whether laws will actually achieve objectives. What Bill C-21 proves is the Liberals, as always, are more concerned with appearances. They play fast and loose with the facts, make up words to scare, and ignore the actual problems. While with C-21, they are effectively trading on Canadians' fear and safety for short-term political gain. Because the reality is that taking firearms away from law-abiding citizens does nothing to stop dangerous criminals and gangs who obtain their guns illegally and already don't follow laws, don't get licenses, and don't care about firearms classifications. It just continues this Liberal government's ongoing preoccupation with taking firearms off of regulated ranges while leaving illegal guns on the streets in the hands of those gangs and criminals who will never comply. In June 2019, the former Toronto police chief was asked about banning handguns in Canada. He said, quote, I believe that would be potentially a very expensive proposition, but just as importantly, it would not, in my opinion, be perhaps the most effective measure in restricting the access that criminals would have to such weapons, because we'd still have a problem with them being smuggled across the border. Of course, the former Toronto police chief I'm referring to is the current Minister of Public Safety. Bill C-21 creates conditions on federal firearms licenses to restrict handgun storage or transport within municipalities that pass such bylaws. I'll say that again. The bylaws would be conditions on licenses. So this measure literally, specifically, and only targets lawful Canadians who already have the paperwork and comply with the rules. This section will lead to yet another layer of confusing, overlapping regulations and a patchwork of rules for already law-abiding Canadians within and between communities, while violations could result in 2 years imprisonment or permanent license revocations, and doing nothing to actually crack down on illegal gun smuggling, trading, and gang crimes with guns. Many law enforcement officials have already said this measure will not be effective, including the current RCMP commissioner, the former OPP commissioner, police chief of Vancouver, former president of the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police, representatives of the Winnipeg and Halifax police services, and police chiefs of Regina and of Saskatoon. Provinces are already speaking out against Bill C-21, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba, whose premier said, quote, it's just not going to work. In 2019, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police did not support calls for a ban on handguns, and the former president, Vancouver Police Chief Adam Palmer, says, quote, in every single case, there are already offenses for that. They're already breaking the law, and the criminal law in Canada addresses all of those circumstances. The firearms laws in Canada are actually very good right now. They're very strict. Former OPP Commissioner Chris Lewis says, quote, this municipal handgun ban is ridiculous. It would only impact legal owners. The gangbangers are already possessing, carrying them in defiance of the criminal code, and don't fear police, whose hands are tied, and weak judicial systems. And Toronto Police Services President Mike McCormack says, quote, there's no way in my world or any world I know that this would have an impact on somebody who's going to go out, buy an illegal gun, and use it to kill another person or shoot another person. But this is a classic liberal smokescreen. It has absolutely no impact on the illicit use of illegal firearms in crime. Of course, criminals and gangs don't carry licenses or register their illegally obtained firearms and won't be deterred by municipal bylaws when they don't even care about the criminal code. And the fact that at least 80% of guns used in Canadian gun crimes are illegally smuggled in from the States shows that enabling towns and cities to ban handguns from licensed owners will have little to no impact on actual public safety. In 2016, a 2-year-old father of 4, whose children were only 6 and 5, along with 1-year-old twins, was enjoying a night out with friends in Toronto when he was shot and killed by a stray bullet. Now a mother of 3 carrying the lifetime grief of the loss of a child, his mom, Evelyn Fox, advocates to support at-risk youth and prevent youth involvement in gang activity. She believes banning handguns in Canada is, quote, nonsense because, quote, street level wise, they'll get handguns anyway. She says, quote, I also would like to know how it is that penalizing law-abiding gun owners with a gun ban is going to deter gun violence on our streets when 80%, if not more, is coming across the border. And she's right. In Toronto, despite the new Liberal Order and Council prohibition of thousands of firearms, there were 462 shootings in 2020, an increase over 2018 when there was no prohibition order. 2019 was a record year, and was a record year. Since 2014, shootings in Toronto have increased 161%. Obviously, residents and families are worried about this reality, causing sleepless nights, untold heartbreak, and anxiety about security and whether kids can grow up carefree in peaceful neighborhoods. So how galling that Bill C-21 won't actually do anything to make it more safe, while the Liberals claim otherwise. In 2019, Toronto's police chief, Mark Saunders, reported that most guns used in crime were illegally smuggled in. He said, quote, when it comes to the handguns, I believe 82% of the crime guns in the city are coming from the U.S. Peel Police Association President Adrian Woolley says, quote, there are a lot of guns out there, and they're not legal ones from target shooters, but illegal ones smuggled in from the U.S. For the 2017-18 year, CBSA seized 751 illegal firearms at the U.S.-Canada border, 696 the next year, and 753 for the year after that. The CBSA had already seized 166 firearms for the first quarter of this fiscal year. Canada's border agents should be commended for that good work, and lawmakers should support their efforts to improve public safety by getting tougher on gun criminals and gun smugglers when they're caught, which is exactly what our Conservative colleague from Markham Unionville tried to do when he proposed Bill C-238 that would crack down on gun smuggling, knowingly possessing illegally smuggled guns by increasing sentences, and make it harder for gun runners to get out on bail. But the Liberals and the NDP voted against this public safety legislation the week before the announcement of Bill C-21. When asked why the government isn't getting tougher on criminals, Liberals defaulted is to say they implemented a, quote, prohibition on military-style assault rifles. First, the term military-style assault rifle is, of course, invented with no legal definition. But it does sound scary when the reality is that fully automatic fire rifles have been prohibited for use outside of the military in Canada since the 1970s. The Prime Minister said he made a law so people can't purchase firearms without producing a license, but that's false since the 70s. Along the spirit of making things up, just last Saturday, the member for York South-Weston told a crowd of gun crime victims and families that his Liberal government's gun grab includes, quote, AR-135 submachine guns, except those absolutely do not even exist. Unfortunately, it's easy to see why lawful, well-intentioned urban and rural firearms owners, collectors, hunters, sports shooters, enthusiasts, retailers, people who enjoy this Canadian heritage are skeptical of the Liberals. To say nothing of the radical shift in Bill C-21 that creates a one-sided, guilty until proven innocent, ask questions later regime focused on Canadians who already do the filings and have the licenses under Canada's stringent regulations and vigorous vetting processes for prohibition orders and warrantless search and seizures. That is ripe for abuse and conflicts, while bogging down already backlogged courts and law enforcement resources, when right now there are multiple overlapping systems to ensure law enforcement can respond to urgent situations involving threats to personal and public safety, as they must. The new approach actually may even take longer and can easily have unintended consequences and deliver opposite outcomes. But this pattern of saying one thing and doing another, of literally making things up, of not having the evidence to support the legislation to show it will achieve stated outcomes, should make every other Canadian, every single Canadian, question and challenge the Liberals to prove their laws will actually make a difference for public safety and combat gun crimes too. Which brings me to the framework for a voluntary confiscation program. A 2018 Public Safety Canada paper, Reducing Violent Crime, a dialogue on handguns and assault weapons, explained why confiscating firearms from lawful licensed owners will be ineffective at reducing gun crime in Canada. The report says, quote, the vast majority of owners of handguns and of other firearms in Canada lawfully abide by requirements, and most gun crimes are not committed with legally owned firearms. And, quote, in most cases, individuals own handguns, either in the context of sports shooting, activities, or because those handguns form a part of a collection. Any ban would primarily affect legal firearms owners. The public safety minister recently said the government doesn't know how many firearms will fall under the confiscation program, but claims it's in the range of 200,000 and says at an average price of $1,300 per firearm, it will cost taxpayers in the range of $250 to $260 million. Of course, experts say that the Liberals are way off, and this confiscation program could cost as much as $5 billion when it's all said and done. The fact is the Liberals don't actually have any structure in place because no private sector proponents have agreed to run the program after 2 public requests for bids. It really does say something when highly reputable major firms look at the government's purported analysis and cost assumptions and decide they won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. The Liberals still haven't been clear on how they will address retailers left holding the bag with inventory they can't sell or return to manufacturers either. Phil Harnois, the owner of P&D Enterprises in Alberta, says 40% of his annual sales were firearms that are now banned and that thousands of dollars of inventory became worthless overnight. The president of the National Police Federation, Brian Sauvé, says, quote, the evidence is that illegal gun trafficking leads to criminals owning guns, which leads to crimes with firearms. We need to look at the source of the problem. The vast majority of gun crime committed in Canada is by gangs and criminals using already illegal guns, most often illegally smuggled in. That needs to be repeated because Bill C-21 clearly misses the mark. Sylvia Jones, spokesperson for Ontario Solicitor General, agrees. She says, quote, as law enforcement experts routinely highlight, it has not been demonstrated that banning legal firearms and targeting law-abiding citizens would meaningfully address the problem of gun violence. The Liberals have shown, of course, though, that they don't really believe their list of banned firearms in the hands of licensed law-abiding firearms owners are a real threat either. Otherwise, why the confusing step of banning them but allowing Canadians to keep them in their homes so long as they're registered with the government? It's very confounding. But what is clear is that Bill C-21 finds a way to create a boondoggle that will again create a long gun registry because some of the now prohibited firearms are long guns, and it will cost taxpayers billions of dollars while delivering no concrete results to improve and protect the public safety of Canadians suffering at the hands of gangs and criminals carrying out the vast majority of gun violence and crime in Canada. Another measure that's glaring in its obvious irrelevance to improving public safety in Canada while also imposing major consequences on everyday people is the prohibition of the importation, exportation, and sale of all non-regulated air guns that look like modern firearms. Here's the deal. The Liberals are actually imposing a ban on airsoft and a partial ban on paintball. Any rational common sense person can see that toy guns are not responsible for shootings causing deaths in Canadian cities. Criminals and gangs with illegal guns are tragically ending the lives of Canadians, while this provision in C-21s ends hundreds of livelihoods, legacies, and jobs, and outlaws an entirely harmless hobby enjoyed by more than 60,000 Canadians. Airsoft in Canada says the Canadian airsoft market is worth $100 million, and over 260 businesses in Canada are related to the paintball or airsoft community. The Quebec Airsoft Federation estimates the industry brings in over $10 million per year in Quebec alone. Distributors and retailers are uncertain about what to do with current stock and with stock on order because all of it would be rendered worthless immediately, with no option to offset losses because the bill prohibits sales. And it won't impact only businesses that directly sell hobby and competition practice guns, but also retailers of protective equipment and accessories, as well as the clubs and owners of sports facilities that have focused businesses largely or solely around these activities. This whole industry will be devastated. Matt Wazilich, who owns Canadian Airsoft Imports and says the ban, quote, confirms our worst fears. Frank Chong owns Toronto Airsoft, Canada's largest airsoft retailer. He says, it looks like it's doomsday for us at this point. Ziming Wan of Black Blitz Airsoft in Waterloo says, we're basically all going to have to shut down. It's the death of the sport as we know it. Joe Kimpson of Flagrators in Kitchener says, you'll see the demise of airsoft in Canada. 74% of these businesses expect to lose over half their revenue because of C-21, and 7% of them expect to be out of business for good. There are approximately 3,000 employees working in those affected businesses. It's unconscionable that half of them will now lose their jobs, and not a single life will be saved for it. It's hard to see how the Liberals are materially protecting the well-being and safety of Canadians by banning toy guns, shuttering more businesses, and killing 1,500 jobs, while Canada's unemployment rate is already the highest in the G7. Mark from Atuk Manufacturing in Lakeland says, quote, I was given no notice, no warning, no consultation. The hard work I've put in for over 8 years has been erased and my customers wrongfully criminalized. Why aren't criminals being as negatively impacted as my small business? A petition called Stop Bill C-21 is circulating in the hobby community, and 30,000 Canadians have already signed it. That's because Canadians know what experts have been saying all along, which is also what conservatives have been saying. And that's what's missing from these Liberals is any meaningful emphasis or major legal framework targeting the main source of gun crime in Canada. It's good to see some measures to help the CBSA and a small increase in penalties for gun smuggling. But those aspects of Bill C-21 appear more like a footnote in what seems to be really a broader strategy, primarily concerned with targeting already law-abiding members of Canadian society. One would read this bill and assume the main goal is to be a nuisance to the legal firearms community. It isn't really obvious at all that the aim of Bill C-21 is to improve public safety. And the tragedy? It's this, that for all the big words and tough talk from the Liberals, it's the very real victims of growing gun violence in Canadian citizens and their families who are forced to bear the brunt of these failed Liberal policies and experiments. What's worse is the evidence is available for all of us to see. Experts, law enforcement, policymakers, they all agree that concrete strategies and legislation must be directed at criminals and gangs and supports for at-risk youth. Conservatives will always support a common sense approach to firearms legislation with concrete outcomes that protect personal and public safety. But C21 doesn't get to the bottom of addressing the major cause of gun crime in Canada. And all MPs really owe it to the victims of all violent crime in Canada, past and future, to get serious about gun smuggling, gangs, and criminals. Because as Evelyn Fox says, quote, I see the homicides happen, and it's almost like a re-trigger for me to think that another mother has to go through this, and another mother has to deal with the fact that they aren't going to see their children again. So because Bill C-21 won't actually make any difference to that, Conservatives will strongly oppose, and if it passes, repeal Bill C-21.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little confused by the member's comments because she and when she was a member of the previous government was actually responsible for cutting enormous amounts of funding and staffing from the police and from our border service officers. And when our governments brought forward measures to refund those and restaff those important functions, she voted against it. But Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify something. We know that, and we've listened very carefully to law enforcement, and we've listened very carefully to the victims of gun violence, and we're taking strong action in response to their urgent appeals to strengthen gun control in this country. But we know that the Conservative leader has promised the gun lobby that he will weaken gun control. He has, for example, the gun lobby tells us that he's promised them that he'll make assault rifles legal again, that he'll remove the restrictions on handguns, that he'll eliminate all controls over large capacity magazines, that he'll eliminate stronger background checks, that he'll allow carry concealed weapons. The gun lobby has said very clearly that they've told the Conservative leader what he's to do, and he's agreed to do it. And so can the member confirm that it is the intention of a Conservative leader and party to weaken gun controls in the way that they have been ordered to do by the gun lobby?
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
What on earth is this minister talking about? And what a deeply concerning and troubling and frankly frickin' ridiculous response from the one person who has the most power and the most ability to make a real difference.
Have a point of order from we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, as you know, and I'm sure this member knows, you can't say indirectly what you can't say directly. So when you use a word like friggin', it's pretty clear what you're actually trying to say. So I would encourage you to encourage this member to use proper language and decorum.
I'm sorry. Yes, we try to keep our vocabulary as respectful as possible. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Okay, I'll put it this way. What a mind-boggling, irrelevant, political, partisan, ridiculous, superficial approach from the man charged with the chief responsibility to protect the public safety and security of every single Canadian. What a slap in the face to people in Toronto, to families, to people who live in neighborhoods and cities right across the country where criminals and gangs are terrorizing their streets, are killing their children, are making them wonder if they can have peaceful sleeps at night, are seeing their communities change all around them, and want the Canadian government to take action to crack down on the criminals and the gangs and the violence that puts them at risk. What is this? How can that actually possibly be the first question and comment by the Minister of Public Safety in this debate? I mean, that right there just shows exactly what the problem is.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member for Lakeland, her comment parenthetically that somehow it weakens protections in Canada to get rid of mandatory minimums. I just wanted to ask her if she's familiar with the fact that all of the literature around mandatory minimum sentences makes it very clear that they don't reduce crime, that they increase costs of prisons that are costs borne by provincial governments, that they lead to overcrowding. There isn't any evidence that mandatory minimums are anything other than a waste of public funds and actually endanger Canadians more. And I wonder if she has any literature to the contrary.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, actually, there have been several recent convictions where mandatory minimum sentences were upheld, and thank goodness they did, because you know what they ensured? They ensured that dangerous criminals, dangerous offenders who had committed violent acts against Canadians stayed in jail. And I think that every single Canadian would value that measure when they know that that's a real action to make sure that we will all be kept safe. So here again, this is of course, we know what this is all about, right? It's actually about ideological objections. It's actually a discussion and rationale that is being made. But what's really behind it is an out-of-touch attack on law-abiding, lawful, peaceful Canadians, while trying to look like while trying to look like politicians are actually doing something about public safety and cracking down on crime.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable member, through you, of course, there are many social determinants that create the crime that we are seeing in our cities, and during this pandemic, of course, things have become extremely exacerbated. Homelessness is on the rise. In my city, in London, housing is out of reach. It's not affordable anymore, and we are seeing that across the board. So when New Democrats talk about investments in those social programs, in trying to provide cost-saving measures with pharmacare, or shifting how we tax the rich and introducing wealth taxes to make those different choices, this Conservative Party, of which the member is part, doesn't support those. So when we talk about the increases in poverty and increases in crime, can she talk about why her party doesn't support those social programs?
Member for Lakeland, less than a minute.
Okay, sure. Well, what a bizarre thing to say, because in fact, throughout the whole speech, I think actually twice, I talked about the important initiatives that would deal with prevention of youth ending up in gang activity. And certainly colleagues have talked all about, Conservative colleagues have been on the front lines talking about things like dealing with addictions crises, which are driving criminal activity in many communities. And I think the member does raise an important point about the kinds of work that needs to be done with a framework. For example, like our Conservative colleague is just about to, I hope, bring through successfully with the support of all parties, focusing on establishing a national framework, for example, of nonprofit, local, community, faith-based, private organizations that will work together right across the country to reduce recidivism and repeat offenses. That's an example of a real measure that will deal with some of the things that the member is talking about to prevent crime.
The honourable member will have 3.5 minutes to pursue answers when we return to the discussion of this bill. It is now time for statement by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, in this pandemic, strong public health measures have helped to save lives, but they have also isolated us, including many of our seniors. To combat that isolation, our local constituency office, and a big thank you to Marietta and Hannah from my team, worked with 26 teachers from 14 local schools and with Community Center 55 to deliver over 700 letters of love written by elementary students to local seniors both at home and in nursing homes. The idea was simply to help our seniors feel more connected and to give students a platform to express empathy and to share life as we know it through their eyes. Ben, a grade 6 student at Adam Beck, wrote, "Even if it feels lonely, just remember, you are not alone." Declan, a grade 6 student at Cosburn Middle School, wrote, "I want you to know that you're a very special person and you are loved. All through life, you've made others happy, and now it's my turn to make you happy." This has been an impossibly difficult year for too many seniors across our country, and I just want to recognize the efforts of our local teachers and especially of those young students in bringing some joy to these otherwise difficult times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians from all walks of life are suffering from this government's carbon tax. Seniors are seeing their meager savings and pension monies being depleted by this tax on everything they buy. Anyone who thinks this is only a tax on the fossil fuels they directly consume are sadly mistaken. Most everything consumable has a carbon tax component. Our industries are bearing this burden also, at the same time competing with industries from other countries with no carbon tax. Farmers are being terribly affected by this punishing tax, compounded with a tax on the tax. And this is just one farm bill in Oxford, Farmer Ed, who has to dry his grains for sailing. His cost of fuel for December was $38.76. The carbon tax was $1,201 and HST another $660. January billing was fuel was $12,700. The carbon tax was $5,500 and HST $20.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, this year marks the 25th official celebration of Black History Month in Canada, and the 75th anniversary of Nova Scotia's Viola Desmond standing up against racial segregation. Today, I honor another incredible and impactful Black Nova Scotian, Auburn Drive High School Principal Karen Hudson. Beloved and known for making every student feel supported and cared for, Principal Hudson was named one of Canada's outstanding principals in 2019 for co-creating an Afrocentric education program for Black students at Auburn Drive. Bringing Afrocentric students' content into academic courses like higher level math and English has increased enrollment and achievement for her students. After working hard together since grade 9, the first cohort of this program will graduate high school this June. I ask all members to join me in commending Dartmouth Cole Harbour Principal Karen Hudson for her efforts and achievements. Thank you for all you do.
Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, last year Gord Portman saved 2 people in a house fire in Penticton. When he saw his picture in the local newspaper, he said to himself, "Oh boy, I need help." Gord was addicted to opioids. So he turned to Discovery House, a local organization that helps men battle their addictions, and now he thanks Discovery House for saving his life. Madam Speaker, 1,300 British Columbians have died from COVID-19, but over the same period, 1,700 have died because of the opioid crisis. These people were sons and fathers, daughters and mothers. They had a medical problem, not a criminal problem. Thousands are being poisoned by drugs laced with fentanyl. We must decriminalize these drugs and provide a safe supply. Then we can help people like Gord and go after the real criminals, those who are selling the poison drugs. Gord was recently honored with a bravery award by the Royal Canadian Humane Association. I thank him and the people at Discovery House who saved his life.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, in 2010, 11 years ago now, I sat down with leaders of the Francophone community who wanted to build the Maison de la Francophonie in West Ottawa. It would be a place to promote French language services and the development of the French language for Francophones and Francophiles. Today, the Maison de la Francophonie is a reality. It's a nonprofit organization in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean. Bilingualism is at the heart of our identity as a country. The Maison de la Francophonie offers health services, sports activities, second language courses, and many cultural activities. I would like to thank everyone involved with the Maison de la Francophonie for creating a welcoming and inclusive space where diversity is celebrated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada has declined to hear an appeal by the big telecom companies of a CRTC order that could significantly lower wholesale internet rates. This means that the Supreme Court now joins the federal court in rejecting these appeals, with all eyes now on the last remaining appeal, which is in front of the CRTC. Madam Speaker, this issue is, of course, vitally important for almost all Canadians, as wholesale rates effectively determine what everyone pays for internet access, regardless of provider. In my riding of Chatham-Kent Leamington, affordable and reliable internet is critical to our future, only accelerated by remote working, learning, and accessibility to government programs. For remote communities such as Peely Island, it can be their only lifeline. Internet users in my riding demand the immediate implementation of federal measures to deliver affordable internet and wireless services. Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today with a very heavy heart. Our community of Humber River Black Creek has lost an important and influential individual, Father Amadeo Nardoni, the beloved pastor of St. Jane Frances Church. Father Nardoni had a passion for life and a love for telling famous jokes to get a laugh. He will be remembered for the beautiful memories he has left behind, his dedication, devout faith, his hard work, and his goodwill in our community. He will never be forgotten. My condolences to his family and loved ones from myself and my husband, Sam. Father Nardoni's wishes were, in lieu of flowers, to please donate to St. Jane Frances Church Roof Repair Fund. I know we will be successful in getting that roof repaired in honor of our dear friend, who will, even after his passing, is still looking out for his church. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A new UN report on Sri Lanka expresses concern about clear warning signs of a deteriorating human rights situation. The report warns that the current trajectory sets the scene for the recurrence of the policies and practices that gave rise to grave human rights violations. These concerns are shared by the Tamil Canadian community in my riding of Markham-Stouffville. Groups like Pearl have suggested actions we can take, encouraging Global Affairs Canada to support a strong, principled position at the UNHRC, supporting the creation of a special rapporteur for Sri Lanka at the HRC, calling for a study on Sri Lanka by the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, and operationalizing the motion passed by this House calling on the UN to establish an international independent investigation into allegations of genocide. I support these recommendations, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham-Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to wish everyone celebrating Lunar New Year a Happy New Year. Today, communities around the world are celebrating the final day of traditional Lunar New Year, the Year of the Ox, which represents hard work, resiliency, and courage. This year, instead of usual festivities filled with family, friends, and neighbors, we are celebrating the new year virtually. Tonight, Markham-Unionville MPP Willie Pang and I will be hosting one of these events, with the Leader of the Opposition and Premier Ford in attendance. On behalf of Conservative Party, I would like to wish everyone in my riding and across Canada a very happy Lunar New Year. I hope the year of the Ox will be filled with joy, peace, and prosperity for everyone. Shin Chun Kwai Lo, Shin Ti Jian Kung, Kung He Fat Choi, New Nan Daji. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, the West Vancouver Place for Sport dedicated their track in honor of Canadian hero and homegrown athlete Harry Jerome. Harry Jerome was a renowned track and field sprinter, and though his achievements, including an Olympic medal and 7 world records, are outstanding, he faced significant prejudice and racial injustice as a black man. Harry's persistence in the face of discrimination and devastating injuries to achieve at the highest level is an example to us all. This Black History Month, Harry Jerome is getting the reverence he deserves. And while his legacy continues to inspire young athletes, we must also recognize that the cruelty and racism he faced persists today. This is why our government is taking action on the recommendations identified by the Parliamentary Black Caucus to address anti-Black racism, among which is recognizing the contributions of Black Canadian culture and heritage. The unveiling of Harry Jerome Oval will provide the community a safe haven where athletes can compete free from discrimination in the future, just as it did for Harry in the past. I invite you to learn about Harry's incredible story this Black History.
Honourable member for Bow River.
Madam Speaker, in February, we celebrate Black History Month, and in my riding of Bow River, Black Canadians have been making history for well over 100 years, including the story of the famous cowboy John Ware. John Ware was born in slavery in South Carolina, and after the Civil War found himself journeying west into Texas and north with the cattle herds through the interior of the U.S. until settling in southern Alberta. He persevered through hardship and adversity while he rose to prominence and ownership of a ranch and became one of the first ranchers in Alberta after settling in in the Bow River area. He was known for his exceptional horsemanship skills and is said to have popularized steer wrestling, which is an event still in rodeos today. Bow River is a vastly diverse riding with cities like Brooks, known as the City of 100 Lows for its ethnic diversity. Stories like these from amazing Canadians like John Ware make us proud to celebrate Canada's diversity of culture and peoples, all while sharing our love for this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton West. Carleton, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, genius, savant, lightning quick. These were the words that legendary Ottawa broadcaster Bill Carroll used to describe 26-year-old Brian Fraser. Brian was known for lighting up the newsroom over at CRA. As the technical producer, he always knew how to intersperse exactly the right jingle, clip, or piece of music to bring laughter to the thousands of listeners that enjoyed the show across the city and beyond. And when he was diagnosed with leukemia, instead of feeling sorry for himself, he used it as an occasion to spread the message that all Canadians should give blood in order to help those suffering with the disease, reaching hundreds of thousands of people on social media with his pleas. Sadly, we lost Brian just last night. He passed away just after his senators, his beloved senators, won another game, and he went on to be with his maker. On behalf of all of our residents, I wish my condolences to his family, to his loved ones, to his many friends and fans. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, a new Prime Minister directive on the land border between Canada and the United States is creating chaos, grief, disorder, and disbelief. Formerly declared essential workers now being denied re-entry to Canada, their home, at the Windsor-Detroit border, or facing remaining in the United States away from their families with little direction, support, and respect from this Prime Minister. This week, my office has received numerous calls from members of the cross-border community in Windsor-Essex County who are denied re-entry to Canada. Nurses, engineers, teachers, business owners, and workers in social services, for example, are now penalized. It is rumored there is a grid to determine eligibility, but little has been shared or accountable from the minister's office. How can people plan to be expected to comply when they don't have a definite directive from them and from the minister? This situation needs to be altered. These former essential workers who have saved lives of Americans and Canadians and people going to get cancer treatments in the United States and other medical appointments need to have the support of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, not to be denied these life-saving and life-important measures. Madam Speaker, this is unacceptable, has to be resolved.
The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, last week I met with elected officials in the lower North Shore, part of my riding.
J'ai été interrompue.
Was I interrupted?
Members could put themselves on mute, please, so that the honourable member for Manicouagan can proceed. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member. Madam Speaker, last week I met with elected officials from the lower North Shore, part of my riding, which is not served by any road. This is after a survey that my office conducted concerning these people's satisfaction with Canada Post. 80% of the population had a complaint. I was heartbroken when I had to tell the story of a citizen who was waiting for her chemotherapy treatment to come by mail on December 25th, but she only received it on January 6th, 12 days late. And this was a vital package. She had no alternative. This is not only unacceptable, it's inhumane. This is just one example, but there are many of them. There are a number of solutions possible. Local air transport, and many other things. We've submitted these ideas to Canada Post, but there's been no change. The government needs to require Canada Post to provide better service and do everything possible to ensure that its services are accessible, effective, affordable, and reliable for the residents in my riding, starting immediately. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-des-Etchemins-Lévis. Madam Speaker, today Lévis is grieving one of its great citizens, Maurice Tanguay. He was born in Bellechasse and went to the Collège de Lévis and dedicated himself to the sport of hockey. He also opened a famous furniture store in the riding. He was also, he played for the Rouge et Or at Laval University. But his real passion was sick children and vulnerable children. He founded the Fondation Maurice Tanguay to help them. He was deeply moved by human problems and founded this important foundation. For his strong values and his hard work, we want to thank Maurice Tanguay and offer our sympathies to his wife, Madeleine, their children, and as well as their entire extended family.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, last December 11th, Mississauga lost one of its community builders as Jagan Nath Dhawan passed away. Jagan immigrated to Canada in 1969 at the age of 38 and lived in what was then the town of Port Credit to become a school teacher in science and mathematics. His life journey is one of community service as a beloved educator and someone who worked to forge and strengthen the multicultural community that Mississauga is today and the Canadian values that it exemplifies. Jagan believed that if we truly understand each other's cultures and traditions, this would help to bring about acceptance, inclusion, and unity. He led the way through his many tireless efforts, including the Peel Board of Education's Heritage Language Program, the Kearsauga Festival of Cultures, and the Mississauga Santa Claus Parade. He also helped newcomers to find work and housing and to overcome difficult circumstances. Madam Speaker, Jagan Nath Dhawan lived a life of purpose and compassion, deeply rooted in a selfless concern for the well-being of others. He will be profoundly missed.
Questions orales. Oral questions, l'honorable député de...
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Yes. Who is asking? I can't.
Madam Speaker, Kent Leamington. Yeah. My member's statement was interrupted with an order to close the door that I can assure you did not come from my office. So I request that I have the opportunity to deliver my statement.
There was indeed a comment during the honourable member's statement. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to reissue his statement? Please go ahead. The honourable member for Chatham Leamington. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Supreme Court of Canada has declined to hear an appeal by the big telecom companies of a CRTC order that could significantly lower wholesale internet rates. This means that the Supreme Court now joins the federal court in rejecting these appeals, with all eyes now on the last remaining appeal, which is in front of the CRTC. Madam Speaker, this issue is of course vitally important to almost all Canadians, as wholesale rates effectively determine what everyone pays for internet access, regardless of provider. In my riding of Chatham-Kent-Leamington, affordable and reliable internet is critical to our future, only accelerated by remote working, learning, and accessibility to government programs. For remote communities such as Pelee Island, it can be their only lifeline. Internet users in my riding demand the immediate implementation of federal measures to deliver affordable internet and wireless services. Thank you.
Questions orales. Oral questions. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, people are wondering why Canada wasn't able to produce vaccines. Yesterday at the Industry Committee, we heard some interesting things. For example, from Dr. Gary Kobinger, a microbiologist at Laval University's Faculty of Medicine. He said, I believe 2 or even 3 different platforms could have been made available here in Canada to deliver vaccines if we had received proper support. Madam Speaker, why did this government not offer adequate support? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have announced major investments in promising Canadian opportunities. Dr. Kobinger said that Medicago was the first opportunity that he would have looked at, and we agree. That is why we invested up to $173 million in Medicago in order to support their creation of a bioproduction facility in Quebec. We have facilitated Dr. Kobinger's research with a $1 million investment using an expert-validated selection process. And we are very pleased to be able to support this kind of research. The honourable member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, it is the Quebec government that ultimately rescued this scientist and his research. But it's not just scientists that have an issue with this government's inertia when it comes to developing vaccines in Canada. The president of Merck Canada said that there has been a climate of mistrust and an absence of constructive dialogue, and that it's impossible to understand why our industry is not mentioned as a priority sector. Why has this government failed to listen to either the industry or scientists? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we need to make the facts clear. From the beginning, we have known that we needed to listen to scientists to determine what vaccines should be used in Canada and what investments were necessary to support our production facilities in Canada. And that is why we have set up vaccine and COVID therapy working groups, bringing together scientists and industry leaders to guide us. The working groups have provided us remarkable guidance with regard to the foreign vaccines we should purchase, which led to contracts with many different companies and investments. The honourable member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, the parliamentary secretary talked about the facts. Well, let's talk about the real facts. Once again, as we've seen this morning, Canada is very low down in the vaccine ranking, 56th. Barely 3% of Canadians have been vaccinated, and at the end of March will be at barely 8%. Madam Speaker, vaccines are what is going to enable us to exit this crisis. What is this government's plan for our economic recovery? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, we received great news this morning as a third vaccine has been approved. That will be added to the total amount of vaccines coming into the country now at high speed, with 6 million vaccines having arrived just from Pfizer and Moderna by the end of March. More than 14 million Canadians will be able to be vaccinated by June, and the whole country will be able to be vaccinated by September. That's economic recovery, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, when it comes to calling out genocide, the Liberals have gone from abstention to obstruction in just a few days. Last night, they filibustered to keep the committee from adopting a report on the Uyghur genocide. When my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills moved unanimous consent to get to the report, Liberal members refused. Why would they turn a blind eye to government-coordinated rape, torture, indoctrination, and forced sterilization? Why are the Liberals holding up further action to call out the Uyghur genocide in China?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that question. And this government takes any accusation of genocide extremely seriously, and we've repeatedly said that we remain disturbed by troubling reports of human rights violations in Xinjiang. We've repeatedly called upon the international community to work to investigate the egregious human rights abuses taking place in Xinjiang, and we have repeatedly called for international investigation in response to these allegations. We'll continue to stand up for human rights in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Stand up? The Liberal government abstained. That is a disgraceful answer, Madam Speaker. And during debate, multiple Liberal members said they wanted to know what Canada could do to support a genocide declaration. So when the committee tried to offer those ideas, it was the Liberals who stonewalled, clearly under the direction of the Prime Minister. This confirms that the Prime Minister is more worried about angering his friends in Beijing than acting on the will of this House and standing up to bullies and tyrants. Why is this Prime Minister all talk and no action when it comes to the communist regime in China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Monday's vote in Parliament ensured that every member indeed had a chance to voice their opinion and to make a determination based on available evidence to express that concern. That is now the voice of Parliament. It's Parliament's view, and the Government of Canada welcomes parliamentarians working together on this critical issue. But the government has additional responsibilities, and it is working with the international community to ensure that these allegations are investigated by international independent body of legal experts. They are doing what they need to do, and Parliament has done what it needs to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, it is unacceptable that managing quarantines be such a fiasco. We are simply asking for people to be able to follow health guidelines safely. We are just asking for a working hotline. If Star Academy is able to do that, I think the Government of Canada should be able to as well. The solution isn't to cancel quarantines in the middle of a pandemic. The solution is for the government to govern. What is it going to take for the government to do something? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Canada has some of the strictest travel and border measures in the world. But with new variants of concern, we know that we need to take further steps to protect Canadians from COVID-19. We've been very clear from the very start of the pandemic that no one should be traveling. Doing so can put you and your loved ones at risk. Madam Speaker, we will always act to protect Canadians.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is not questioning the legitimacy of quarantines. What we're calling into question is this government's bad decisions. Quebec was asking for hotel quarantines for travelers before the holidays, and the government wasn't able to deliver until the end of February. Even after 2 days of delays, it didn't seem to be able to create a working telephone line. Even after 2 months of delays, it hasn't been able to keep people under its responsibility safe. For goodness sake, what has the government even been doing during these 2 months?
Secretary.
Yeah, again, Madam Speaker, we have some of the strictest border measures in the world, and we take the safety of Canadians very, very seriously. We are aware of delays in accessing the phone line for the hotel reservation system. We were experiencing over 27,000 calls daily. PHAC is working hard to solve this issue and is adding staff to support the backlog. Please only call at this time if you are ready to reserve your stay and if your travel is within 48 hours. I thank Canadians for their patience as we implement these very important public health measures.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, as the pandemic hit, the first action of this government was to provide liquidity supports for Canada's big banks of an unbelievable $750 billion, a banker nirvana. This week, those banks announced $42 billion in pandemic profits so far. This is outrageous as small businesses close and Canadians struggle to feed their families. Other countries have cracked down on profiteering. Why is the Prime Minister so opposed to measures like a wealth tax, and why does he encourage pandemic profiteering?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I have great respect for the honourable member who posed this question, but I must register my disappointment with his attempt to conflate liquidity support from direct financing from the federal government. The fact is, our focus from the beginning of this pandemic has been to extend supports directly to households and businesses to help them weather the storm. I can point to the 8.9 million Canadians that have received CERB who have been able to keep food on the table and a roof over their heads because of the actions of this government, or the 4.5 million workers who have received support that have remained on the payroll of businesses as a result of the wage subsidy. We're going to be here for small businesses and ordinary Canadians as long as it takes, no matter what it takes.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powellwood.
Madam Speaker, Canadians who live in rural and remote communities know the boom in bus cycles. In my riding, the paper mill has been curtailed. The forestry sector is still recovering from a lengthy strike. Tourism struggles with COVID-19, and the Discovery Islands decision will impact aquaculture jobs. Like so many rural communities, people in my region are dealing with the pandemic and want the government to invest in meaningful jobs for rural and remote areas. This government needs to step up. Will the minister agree to locate a branch of the new BC Regional Economic Development Agency in my riding?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we understand the importance of rural economy. I live too in a rural riding, and we understand that as we reach the post-pandemic, we do need rural. And I can tell you our government does believe in rural economies, and that's why we announced a universal broadband fund with a rapid response stream to connect Canadians. We know the importance of connectivity, and going forward, we will meet our mandate of connecting 98% of Canadians by 2026. Look forward to working with the member to advance our goals. Thank you.
No, the honourable member for Carleton.
Well, if excuses were paychecks, then we wouldn't have over 800,000 people without jobs since the beginning of the pandemic. But excuses is all we're getting, and they're pretty creative ones, too. The government blames COVID, but of course the other G7 countries also have COVID, and they all have significantly lower unemployment than Canada. The next excuse is that they tell us that the unemployment rate no longer matters, that we shouldn't worry about it. What they really mean is that the people who are unemployed no longer matter. Well, we think they do matter, and they don't want excuses, they want jobs. But we don't expect that from this government. So what excuses do they have today?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, with respect, the honourable member as a critic for jobs ought to know that the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics in the United States uses a different definition for unemployment than we do in Canada through Statistics Canada. He's comparing apples to oranges. The reality is, because of the measures that we've put forward, we have been able to support 4.5 million workers who have remained on the payroll of their employer through the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and another 9 million nearly who've received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, so they could keep food on the table for their families. We're going to continue to be there to protect jobs and support Canadians through this time of unprecedented difficulty.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, in fairness, it is true. The U.S. Bureau does use a different method. But happily, Statistics Canada lines those methods up apples to apples. And so when you compare Canada and U.S. unemployment apples to apples, what do you get? Canadian unemployment is still 1/3 higher than in the United States, higher than in Japan, Germany, the UK, Italy, France. Every single G7 country has lower unemployment than Canada. They can't just blame COVID. They can't just shift the statistics. They need to get to work to try and create jobs, because what Canadians need are paychecks.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, with great respect, if the honourable member wants to compare apples to apples, I'd point him to the fact that 71% of the jobs have returned from the peak pandemic job losses in Canada compared to 56% in the United States. If he wants apples to apples, I'd point him to labour force participation, which is 64.3% in Canada compared to 61.3% in the United States. But before we get to the job numbers, if he wants apples to apples, our public health response may not have been perfect, but I would invite him to talk to the family members of 500,000 Americans who are no longer living that might have been had they adopted an approach that we took in Canada. We know that public health and economic policy is indivisible, Madam Speaker, and
the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, yesterday the CFIB told the Finance Committee that small businesses have accumulated on average $170,000 in COVID debt. This debt is typically not to governments or banks, but to creditors like landlords and suppliers that cannot be deferred. This is a crisis that threatens to wipe out tens of thousands of small businesses and 2.5 million jobs. What is this government doing to catch up with the rest of the world and safely open small businesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for raising the CFIB. The CFIB has been asking all parliamentarians, including the Conservative Party, to stop delaying the passage of C14, which would allow more small businesses, more entrepreneurs to access our financial support programs at the federal level. I would encourage all members of this House to work for our entrepreneurs, work for our small business, and help us support them through this pandemic.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, here are the facts. 50% of small businesses are closed. Only 26% have accessed rent support. 60% have reduced their staff. 60,000 have already closed permanently, and 1 in 6 are on the brink. And the CFIB pleaded yesterday with the government to freeze or reverse tax increases, including the CPP hike, the alcohol escalator, and the carbon tax hike. Will this government commit today to do so?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if the member opposite would like to cite some facts, I have a few for him as well. 4.5 million Canadians have been supported by our wage subsidy. Our rent subsidy covers up to 90% of fixed costs for our small business. 850,000 small businesses have received our interest-free CEBA loan program, and that includes a grant. I understand that our entrepreneurs are having a hard time through this pandemic, but this government is there to see them through to the other side.
Honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General had some harsh conclusions about the federal government on rail safety. 8 years after the first report, Transport Canada still hasn't implemented the recommendations, and therefore in 2019, the number of rail accidents in Canada was 17% higher than the average of the 10 previous years. My question is for the new Minister of Transport. In order to avoid another tragedy like Lac-Mégantic, does he commit to doing better than his predecessor, who clearly has failed to make rail safety a priority?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me assure my honourable colleague and all Canadians that rail safety will always be our top priority. I welcome the Auditor General's review of Transport Canada's oversight on rail safety. In fact, the Auditor General report has demonstrated that Transport Canada has made important and meaningful changes, including track maintenance, to increasing the number of inspections, to improving fatigue management for workers. So our department is already working to address all of the recommendations, and we will continuously work to improve the safety.
Le député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. It's a scandal, Madam Speaker. Who said that? Not my colleague for Lévis-Lobinière, but rather journalist Bernard Drinville this morning. The expenses to build 15 warships have gone up from $26 to $77 billion. That's 3 times as much. How could the Liberals have let things get to this point? $50 billion. That's taxpayers' money. The Prime Minister is the ultimate person responsible for managing public monies. This warships file isn't going anywhere. In fact, it's sinking, you could say. Could he do his job and end this financial scandal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we are totally committed to provide high-quality warships to our Coast Guard and Navy. As my colleague knows very well, the preceding government consistently underestimated the construction costs for ships and generally in the national shipbuilding strategy, and it also excluded the Davies shipyard and other Quebec shipyards. We are on the right path. We are correctly evaluating the cost of these ships, and we will be providing ships for our Navy. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, we're talking about $50 billion at its cost to exclude the Davies shipyard in Quebec from shipbuilding. $51 billion. Think about that, Madam Speaker. That is more than the total amount than what the federal government has transferred to Quebec and the provinces to fund healthcare. So excluding Quebec has ultimately led to more waste than the entire sum of money that this government invests in health. Why doesn't this government stop the bleed and give the contracts to the Davies shipyard? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, that is exactly what we did. We corrected the historic mistake made by the Stephen Harper government when it excluded a Quebec shipyard from the National Shipbuilding Strategy. We started with contracts for icebreakers, for ferries, and for warships to the Davies shipyard. And now it is in discussions to become the 3rd shipyard under the shipbuilding strategy, which would enable further contracts to be granted to the shipyard. As my colleague knows very well, we didn't need the Bloc Québécois to act. The honourable member. Madam Speaker, this government does need the Bloc Québécois because what he just told us is a tissue of lies. $51 billion in cost overruns. Because the federal government refused to give the Davies shipyard its fair share, 1% of that, 1% would be $110 million. And that is more than what the federal government invested in increasing health transfers during the pandemic. How can the government justify that it spent 99 times as much money on wasting money when it could have helped Quebec with higher health transfers during the worst pandemic in 100 years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, as my colleague very well knows, it is the arrival of the current government that led to the Davie Shipyard and other Quebec shipyards having a chance to participate further and get their fair share in the national shipbuilding strategy. We have made sure that the Davie Shipyard can continue to work on certain ships, ferries, and icebreakers. And in addition, this means that the door is wide open for the Davie Shipyard to be able to fully participate in future contracts. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, national media have reported that federal funds were used to fund Bell 5 internet in the Pemichangan Lake region in Quebec. And it has been reported that the CEO of Bell has a chalet on that lake and that there are fewer than 100 residences in the region. Whereas meantime, hundreds of neighboring houses at Lac Saint-Marie don't have a good internet connection. So the Liberal government has shown us once again that you have to be connected to get connected in this country. Why is this Liberal government prioritizing rich chalet owners rather than rural communities? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, because connecting Canadians, all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast, and our friends in Quebec is a priority for this government. We will work with the province of Quebec and all internet service providers to make sure we meet our mandate of connecting all Canadians by 2030 and 98% by 2026. I welcome my colleague to reach out anytime if I can help him any further. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, rural Canadians have waited long enough to access reliable internet services. A small Quebec community has been waiting for years to get access. The Liberals provided millions of dollars to upgrade this community's internet. Unfortunately, all of the money has gone to help wealthy cottage owners, including the CEO of Bell Canada, instead of rural residents. Why did this Liberal government prioritize the wealthy and well-connected cottage owners instead of the rural community, or is this just more Liberal incompetence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, while the member is entitled to his own overheated political rhetoric, he's not entitled to his own facts. The facts are very simple. Since 2015, our government has hooked up over 1.7 million homes, and with the $1.75 billion that has been invested, many, many more homes are going to get connected. And in my particular riding, several million dollars, we're talking $20.4 million in projects, are connecting many, many households. We need to do way more. And the member should know very clearly that there is not a single member of parliament, neither government nor opposition, that has any choice in the matter. Good public servants make these good decisions, and we need to continue investing more money to get every Canadian connected.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Edmonton veteran Fred Russell is one of the few remaining survivors of the Dieppe raid. He served in Canada for 6 years during World War II, fighting through Normandy, Holland, and Germany. Today, Fred lives isolated from friends and family because he has still not received the COVID vaccine because of the failures of this government. In Canada's time of need, Fred was there for us. Why in Fred's time of need is this government not there for him?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. As my colleague is well aware, the vaccine rollout is the responsibility of the provinces. Veterans are a vulnerable population, and we urge them to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. I can inform my colleague that veterans at facilities such as Camp Hill in Nova Scotia, St. Anne Hospital in Quebec, and the Sunnybrook in Toronto have been vaccinated. We remain in touch with long-term care homes, which houses veterans, to ensure that all veterans are getting the support they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, it has now been over a year since the first COVID-19 case was confirmed in Canada. Despite the government's messaging at the time that it was not a threat or reason for worry, the virus has spread across the country. The government finally decided to shut down our borders a little too late. A year later, our unemployment rate is at historic highs. Our economy is stalled, and Canada is now behind over 50 countries in vaccine injections. When will my constituents get a vaccine?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to share with the honourable member some good news. With the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines in place, we anticipate that over 6 million Canadians will be vaccinated by the end of March, and I'm pleased to report that this morning Health Canada has approved the AstraZeneca product as well. With respect, we know that there is a clear link between the economic and public health response. We're going to continue to work to promote vaccine uptake throughout Canada to ensure that every Canadian who wants one by the end of September.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has put enormous strain on families' budgets. With jobs lost or hours reduced, many have seen their health benefits cut or eliminated altogether. Every month, Canadians are making tough choices between paying for medication or their rent, utilities, and groceries. Liberals first made their pharmacare promise 24 years ago, but 2 days ago, they cynically voted against Bill C-213, which would have established a national pharmacare framework modeled on the Canada Health Act. Why do Liberals consistently raise the hopes of working families, only to crush them when the time to act comes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we have done more than any government in a generation to lower drug prices, and the Minister of Health's mandate letter explicitly calls to continue implementing national universal pharmacare. Instead of imposing a top-down approach on the provinces and territories, we are committing to work together with provinces and territories to create a pharmacare system that works for all Canadians. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we're establishing a transition office to create a new Canada Drug Agency and a national formulary, while investing $1 billion over 2 years to help Canadians with rare diseases get access to the medications they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Madam Speaker, this government likes to talk about its commitment to equal rights based on sexual orientation and gender identity, but often seems to confuse action with surveys and press conferences. Last fall, the Justice Committee heard moving and compelling testimony on the urgent need to bring an end to conversion therapy in Canada. The committee worked hard to bring Bill C-6 back to the House promptly, but since it was reported back last December, the government seems to have forgotten all about conversion therapy. When is this government going to bring Bill C-6 back for final debate and a vote so we can finally put an end to conversion therapy in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and for his conviction on this issue and all of the advocacy and work he has done at the committee and otherwise. We know the conversion therapy efforts are rooted in the premise that one's sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression can and should be changed to a narrow ideal of what is considered natural or normal. There's absolutely no place for the destructive, harmful, and deadly practice of conversion therapy in this country. That is why we introduced legislation that will criminalize this cruel and degrading practice. And if passed, this legislation will make our laws among the most progressive and comprehensive in the entire world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, my private member motion M36 called for House to designate August 1st as Emancipation Day, acknowledging the abolition of slavery in British Empire. One of the key pillars of my motion is education on Black Canadian history and recognizing the contribution of Black Canadians to our society. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth update the House on the effort being taken to address anti-Black racism?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Richmond Hill for his extraordinarily hard work on M36 to designate August 1st as Emancipation Day in Canada. as there is much work to be done in the fight against anti-Black racism in Canada. That's why $50 million was spent to support anti-racism initiatives, and the work of the Anti-Racism Secretariat was included in the fall economic statement. We've also introduced funding programs to help Black-owned businesses, to support capacity building in Black communities, to combat systemic anti-Black racism, and advance diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Sunday being the last day of February, I invite Canadians to join us in the Black History Month.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, as the economy recovers, we're going to see a massive drop for the demand for workers in the hospitality industry and other close proximity industries. Meanwhile, we are seeing an equally as large growth in the demand for skilled workers in the emerging tech economy. Edmonton's unemployment rate is over 11%, and demand for tech workers in my riding in Edmonton Centre is high. How does this government plan to address this imminent frictional unemployment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's me. I apologize. Madam Speaker, we recognize it's a challenging time for many and that some workers are having difficulty returning or their jobs just aren't available. And that's why we're committed to making the largest investment in training in Canadian history. This will include supporting Canadians as they build new skills, helping workers receive education and accreditation, and strengthening workers' futures by connecting them to good jobs. These historic investments mean supporting those hardest hit by the pandemic. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Madam Speaker, WestJet announced last week that they will be halting their regional route to Lloydminster. This route is an important service to my constituents in Lloydminster and the surrounding communities. Its permanent loss would be devastating. This closure is just the latest as the Canadian aviation industry continues to wait endlessly for a plan from this government. Madam Speaker, what is the Prime Minister's plan to ensure that rural communities a rural community like Lloydminster will be reconnected?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me just say that accessibility of all of our regions is important, and air links are essential to regional economic development and prosperity. Everybody knows that the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has hit the air sector very hard. That's why our government had provided support to individuals and businesses early on in the pandemic. But I can assure the honourable colleague that we are currently in the midst of discussions with major airlines on specific additional support to them. And that discussion includes restoration of regional routes. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, the tourism and entertainment industries are being devastated by COVID, and more than a few in my riding are on the verge of shuttering their doors for good. The government extended the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy until June, but the eligibility rules for the extended period have not been announced. The old rules will expire on March 13th, and the lack of certainty is quickly becoming a major problem. Minister, when will the new eligibility rules for the wage subsidy program be announced?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to answer this question from my friend and colleague. I'll point out to the fact that we are well aware that some of these sectors have been particularly hard. That's why we advanced programs like the wage subsidy to cover 75% of the cost of the workforce and up to 90% of the rent through the rent subsidy program. We've also established certain loan programs to help hard-hit businesses, including HoC. When it comes to the eligibility criteria for some of these programs as they evolve, I want to reassure him that we're continuously working to refine the criteria so they meet the needs of businesses, and that we will reassure businesses to say these supports are going to remain in place to help weather the storm until the end of this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, last week I asked about a small business being hurt, not helped by this government. And the response? The government ignored the question, as it is ignoring many businesses with such leases right across the country. This business is being told by Parks Canada they won't get the rental support they need because the Department of Finance believes seasonal leases are annual leases. Would the minister like us to drop off some calendars to her department so they can see for themselves the difference between 6 months and a year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we're always pleased to work together in order to support our entrepreneurs. I'd be happy to work with the member opposite, but I would like to know why it is that the Conservative Party is playing politics with a bill that will help our small businesses and entrepreneurs in this country. Bill C-14 is going to provide additional support to our small businesses. Will that member and the Conservative Party help us help our small businesses? Yes or no?
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quebec is warm and happy. Quebec represents joie de vivre, togetherness and sharing. It's a place plugged into the future but tied to its heritage and traditions. If there is any place that truly symbolizes Quebec, it's the Sugar Shack. 75% of Sugar Shacks might have to close their doors this spring if they don't get support, and there is no federal program that currently exists that meets their unique situation. What will the Prime Minister do to help our Sugar Shacks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
They don't like maple syrup?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
May I answer?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize due to my connection. I come from a region where we also are affected by the pandemic, which obviously has hit our sugar shacks. We have many in northern New Brunswick. We are committed to helping all our businesses, and that is why Canada and the government has never stopped to putting in place measures that have been accepted in the House of Commons in the past few months to help all sectors of the economy, including those of our sugar shacks. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, the government found a way to help the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, the NDP with the wage subsidy. It found a way to help its rich friends in the oil companies. It also found a way to send millions to the We charity. It should be able to create a program to support our sugar shacks. This industry is like any other in the world. We are the sugar shacks. It's part of us. Can the Prime Minister commit today to supporting financially our sugar shacks now? Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From the outset of this pandemic, we were focused on extending support to workers no matter what kind of business they were engaged in. We worked to develop the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, where we covered 75% of the wages for workers who've been impacted by this pandemic. We've also extended support for individuals who needed personal income support, who suffered a loss of that income that has benefited nearly 9 million Canadians. I'd be pleased to work with the honourable member to make sure that workers in the sugar shack sector in his province and mine receive the kind of support that they need to weather the storm through the end of this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, there are no points of order during question period unless it's technical.
The English and the French are coming in at the same level on interpretation, so it's hard to hear, Madam Speaker.
We'll try to repair it. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians are counting on access to reliable, high-speed internet. Students to connect for classes, small business owners to access the virtual market, farmers for crop and herd management, seniors to access healthcare services, and families to connect with their loved ones. The Universal Broadband Fund was announced in 2019, nearly 711 days ago. When will this government finally deliver on high-speed internet access for Eastern Ontario?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to stand up and speak about what our government has done to connect Canadians from coast to coast to the coast. We have so many tools in our toolbox. We had the Connect to Innovate program. We have the funding through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. We have lower satellite funding. And now with the Universal Broadband Fund, and the component of that, the Rapid Response Stream, we are connecting Canadians. Right now, we will have by the end of this year, 1.7 million we've connected since 2015 1.7 million Canadian households and another 250,000 households this year. I encourage the member opposite to have his communities make sure they have applied under the Rapid Response Stream. That will see Canadians.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture released a statement earlier this week that deliberately misled Canadians to believe that Bill C-206 does not provide relief for the fuel costs of grain drying. Does this minister honestly believe that a grain dryer is not an industrial machine used in farming as prescribed in the legislation? Is she this out of touch with farmers, or is she just incompetent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
I'm sorry.
Member first question, pollution shouldn't be free. A pricing system where all the revenues stay in the province is one of the key solutions to reduce emissions. Bill C-206 does not provide relief for fuel cost of grain drying, as it does not add grain drying as an eligible farming activity. We are committed to new rebates for on-farm fuel use, such as grain drying, in order to support our producer and make grain drying and barn heating a priority focus under the new $165 million Agriculture Clean Technology Fund. Having a serious plan that achieves our environmental goals is not only what we expected by Canadians, but also by the next generation of farmers.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, we've heard from many across Canada that the pensions of thousands of UK expats are frozen, despite the government negotiating a new trade deal. These UK state pensions are not uprated when the pensioner lives in a country that doesn't have a reciprocal uprating agreement with the United Kingdom, like Canada. As a result, thousands of British pensioners living here aren't able to access the pensions they've earned. Can the minister tell us what the government is doing to negotiate an agreement that will unfreeze these pensions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. I'd be happy to work with him to get more detail on the back end of this this question. With respect, it's not an issue that's come to my attention personally, so I would make myself readily available as soon as this afternoon if he'd like to delve into this issue in more detail.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Madam Speaker, the opposition often puts forward various erroneous figures about the vaccines. For the residents of my riding and all Canadians, it's important to get updated numbers and the measures that we have already taken and what we can expect. Can the Parliamentary Secretary set the record straight on vaccines that are delivered, have been delivered and will be delivered in Canada to reassure Canadians? The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the National Capital for that question and her work. She knows very well. 643,000 doses already arrived this week in Canada. That's 2.5 million doses in total by the end of the weekend, 3.5 million doses by the end of March, 1.5 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine in the first 2 weeks of April, and enough doses of the vaccines to ensure that 14.5 million people can be vaccinated by the end of June, and all Canadians who want to be vaccinated can be.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, tax time can be stressful, especially after a year like 2020. Residents in my riding have been calling my office because of a dramatic decline in service by the CRA. Getting to speak to an agent about your locked out CRA account is taking at least a 3-hour time period. It takes hours on the phone to simply change your address, and that's if you're lucky enough to not get disconnected while you wait. Simple reassessments are dragging on for months, putting people's homes, savings, and benefits at risk. Why aren't Canadians able to speak with the CRA? Why won't the minister address this staggering failure?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know this tax filing season is one like no other. The CRA's call centres have seen an 83% increase in traffic since 2019 due to the COVID programs it is administrating. In October, our government announced an investment of $99 million in these call centres. The funding will help allow CRA to improve services by hiring 2,000 more employees, onboarding a third-party call centre, extending the hours of operation, and implementing an automated callback service. I want to thank our call center employees from coast to coast to coast who have been working tirelessly to provide information to Canadians throughout this pandemic and in this current tax filing season. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 times I've asked this question, and 3 times through what I can only assume is some kind of Zoom glitch. It was like the person answering was in a completely different conversation. So I'm going to try again. The Liberals have made it virtually impossible for the private sector to build a pipeline in this country. Over the past few years, we've imported tens of millions of barrels of oil per year into Canada by tanker from Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Algeria. Is that oil subject to the same rigorous regulations on upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The majority of oil imported to Canada comes from the United States, 74%. Under our government, imported oil has consistently decreased to the lowest levels in 10 years, just under 660,000 barrels per day. The member opposite referenced Saudi Arabia and Nigeria. You know who was happy to buy more oil from Saudi Arabia and Nigeria combined instead of strengthening trade with the United States? The previous Conservative government from 2008 to 2012. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Speaker, my friend JD from Slave Lake works in the oil patch and he likes his job. But Keystone XL has been canceled and now we could lose the easement for Line 5. Alberta's ability to get its energy to market and by extension our ability to get a fair price for our energy is in danger. The energy sector is the engine of Canada's economy. On what day will the Prime Minister pick up the phone, call the Americans, and defend Alberta energy markets and jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Actually, Madam Speaker, we raised Line 5, the Prime Minister raised Line 5 directly with the President and members of his cabinet during the virtual summit this week. We have approached this at the highest levels. Because we take threats to Canadian energy security very seriously, Line 5 is vital to our economy, vital to workers, vital to producers, vital to consumers in Canada and in the United States. I assure this House that we are working on all of our options. Line 5 is a vital pipeline for Canada's energy security. The Prime Minister has already addressed it with the President of the United States. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. You're on mute. I apologize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in Vimy, many of my constituents rely every day on safe, reliable and affordable public transit. Can the Minister of Infrastructure explain how the creation of a permanent fund for public transit would allow communities to develop their public transit network while growing their economy and fighting against climate change? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Vimy for her question. Municipalities need predictable funding for public transit in order to plan and develop projects that help people to travel quickly, cheaply, and in a green way. This historic funding in public transit will help Canadians to get around more quickly, cheaply, as I indicated, while creating good jobs and fighting against climate change, as well as creating cleaner communities.
St. John's East.
Madam Speaker, a new report says that nearly 1 in 10 federal inmates in structured intervention units are being subjected to treatment defined as torture. Solitary confinement, supposedly outlawed, continues. It confirms what inmates, prisoner advocates, and investigators have been saying for years, that Canada is not following its own laws and court rulings. Now it's clear that it's also violating the UN Convention on Torture. The inescapable conclusion of this report is that we can't rely on the correction services of Canada alone to protect the rights of inmates. The question is simple. What is the Minister of Public Safety going to...
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his question, and I share his concern. We in Bill C-83, imposed legislation, and we've been working with the Correction Services Canada to ensure the proper implementation of the SIUs. We are very grateful for the work of Dr. Dube and our external panel in their review, and their insight and analysis has been very helpful. We also rely on the work of our external review bodies that also examine this issue. It is a complex one, but I want to assure the member and this House of our absolute commitment to ensure that people who are in our custody and our federal institutions are treated fairly. We recognize the challenges of special...
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sikh community was grateful and delighted by the government for removal of Sikh religion word from the 2018 terrorist threat report to Canada. However, large number of communities still have questions to the government, even today. Who pressurized the Prime Minister office? Number 2, Minister of Public Safety. Number 3, Canadian intelligence community to compromise national security of Canada because Sikhs in general never wanted such a
Parliamentary Secretary. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to this issue, I want to assure this House that certainly our national security intelligence services monitor the activities of concern within Canada and internationally. We work very closely with our partners, but frankly, I would also caution the member about the use of intemperate language and making allegations not based on evidence or fact. I think it's very important, Madam Speaker, that these matters be dealt with responsibly, and we rely entirely on the good work of our national security intelligence agencies and law enforcement to keep Canadians safe.
That is all the time for a question period. C'est tout le temps disponible pour les questions orales. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the interim report from the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. This is part 1 of a study on the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, the humanitarian burden, ensuring a global response, and reaching the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asks the government to table a comprehensive report to this interim report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Final Report, Protecting Public Health and Democracy During a Possible Pandemic Election. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 35-2, on behalf of the official opposition, I am tabling the Conservative supplementary report to the 12th report on the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. This supplementary report addresses the shortcomings of the committee report and highlights several of the risks of the Liberals calling an unnecessary pandemic election before it is safe to do so. This supplementary report particularly notes the challenges for Canadian voters living in long-term care homes. I would like to thank the clerk, the analysts, the interpreters, and all the committee staff for their exceptional work during these difficult circumstances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Person with Disabilities. The report concerns Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Compassionate Care Leave. The committee studied the bill and decided to report to the House with amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I present a petition on behalf of concerned Canadians in my community about the mistreatment of the Falun Gong practitioners in China.
For over 21 years, the Chinese Communist regime's corrupt officials have orchestrated the torture and killing of many who practice Falun Gong, a spiritual discipline promoting the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance, to harvest their organs for the regime's organ transplant trade. The Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, also known as the Magnitsky Act, sanctions foreign officials responsible for gross human rights violations or acts of corruption. These petitioners call on the Government of Canada to deploy all legal actions, including freezing assets and barring entry to Canada against the 14 individuals identified by name in this petition and any others committing these acts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to present petition E327 on behalf of the concerned citizens of Canada who call upon this government to present a sector-specific tourism recovery plan on or before the date of the 2021 federal budget. Among its requests, the petition calls on the government to ensure this tourism recovery plan addresses the specific needs of the many travel and tourism sectors across Canada, and to use this recovery plan as a tool to begin restoring public confidence in travel and tourism. I would like to thank and acknowledge all 3,868 citizens who signed this e-petition, and I look forward to the government's response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Madam Speaker, today I introduced 4 petitions related to animal welfare. 2 petitions are related to labeling, E2981 on behalf of over 800 residents calling for improved consumer labeling to easily inform Canadians whether products have been made using the ingredients derived from an animal. E2614 on behalf of over 900 residents who highlight the science of the risks of processed meat, call for labels that inform Canadians that processed meats are carcinogenic. Third, E2700, signed by over 3,000 residents who love their companion animals and call on the government to ban the sale of animals through online classified websites and other social media platforms, noting that such sales help to fuel an underground puppy mill economy. Finally, a written petition calling on the government to, among other things, prohibit the live export and import of horses for slaughter for human consumption. There's a growing campaign across Canada on this issue, and the petitioners ask our government to take that campaign seriously. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The petition I present today once again stresses that Canada cannot remain silent in the face of the ongoing atrocities against the Uyghur people by the Chinese Communist Party. Birth suppression through forced sterilization and abortion, political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention and separation of parents and children, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, Madam Speaker, forced organ harvesting, 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities detained in what can only be described as concentration camps. These Canadians petition the Prime Minister to formally recognize the genocide and are aware that the House, including many sitting members of the Liberal Party, support Canada recognizing this genocide by the Communist Party, and also call on Canada to use the Magnitsky Act to sanction those who are responsible for the heinous crimes against the Uyghur people.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today on behalf of Canadians about the recent news of coordinated Uyghur birth suppression. Also, they're concerned about the mounting evidence that Uyghurs are being subject to arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, forced labor, forced organ harvesting, and more. So therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are subject to genocide, and for us to invoke the Magnitsky Act for the heinous crimes that are being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I have the privilege to present 2 petitions on behalf of my constituents. Madam Speaker, the first was sent to me by my constituent Arcady Silverman. Arcady and the petitioners in my riding of Parkdale High Park are deeply concerned about the ongoing human rights abuses in the Anglophone region of Cameroon. The petition calls on Canada to impose targeted Magnitsky-style sanctions to prevent travel and immigration of Cameroonian government. military officials, and self-proclaimed leaders of the non-state armed groups implicated in these abuses. Madam Speaker, the second petition I'm presenting on behalf of petitioners in my riding of Parkdale Park is regarding credit card fees charged to small businesses. The petition recognizes small businesses as the lifeblood of our communities. The fact that during this pandemic, credit card payments have become much more prevalent. As such, the petition calls on the government to ensure that financial institutions reduce the processing fees charged to small businesses for credit card transactions during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I'll be brief on each of them. First one, recognizing that our tax code does not allow a tax on a tax. The petition calls for the Government of Canada to eliminate the GST on the federal carbon tax, levies, and additional costs, as well as the newly announced clean fuel standards. Second petition calls upon the Government of Canada to adopt the 2017 recommendation of the Alberta Jobs Task Force and create a bipartisan equal membership committee to develop a small business action plan that will take into account the realities of all the communities of Canada and not just those in favor of that favor a particular election outcome. And finally, call upon the government to immediately put in place a plan for an east-west energy corridor to replace foreign oil so that Canada's source of oil and crude remains in Canada, serving a dual function of economic stimulus and environmental protection. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have the honor of presenting two petitions. In petition E2891, the petitioners, Gambier Islanders and Friends, call upon the Minister of Transport to ensure long-term public access to the New Brighton Dock, the primary port of Gambier Island's southwestern peninsula, and to assist the Gambier Islanders and Friends in working with the Squamish Nation, the provincial government, and the Sunshine Coast Regional District to ensure that the New Brighton Dock is permanently maintained as a public facility for the benefit of all. In the second petition, petition E2748, which I present on behalf of Canadians across the country, the petitioners request that the government require all financial institutions with more than 50,000 customers offer free of charge and easily accessible multi-factor authentication as an enhanced security option for their online accounts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have four petitions today. The first petition calls on the House and the government to recognize that Uyghurs have been subject to and are subject to an ongoing genocide. This follows, of course, the recognition by this House as well as this week by the Dutch Parliament. Congratulations to our Dutch friends on taking this important step, as well as to American administrations. Petitioners call on the government as well to impose targeted Magnitsky sanctions against those responsible for these gross violations of fundamental human rights. The second petition is with respect to organ harvesting and trafficking, and it calls on the House and the Senate to work to swiftly pass Bill S-204 that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. The third petition is in opposition to many of the provisions in Bill C-7. The government has piled many things into that bill that are completely unrelated to the Truchon decision. Those things include, for instance, removing the 10-day waiting period, creating a mechanism by which there could be same-day death in Canada, and now trying to allow euthanasia for those with a mental health challenge. Petitioners recognize that mental health associations have said that mental health conditions are not terminal, are not permanent, and euthanasia for people in that situation completely goes against the advice and opinion of experts. The fourth and final petition is about the carbon tax. Petitioners are very concerned about the government's decision to hike the carbon tax, with that announcement being made in the middle of a pandemic and it going against previous promises and commitments. Petitioners call on the government to repeal the decision to increase the federal carbon tax to $170 per ton, and also to have the carbon tax shown as a separate expense when buying products so that citizens are aware of exactly how much money they're spending at any given time on the carbon tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker.
No. Coquitlam, Port.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am pleased today to table petition E2995, initiated by Juno Award-winning musician Steve Sanis of Port Coquitlam and signed by 2,066 Canadians from every province and territory. The petition calls upon the Government of Canada to create an ongoing Canadian Musicians Support Fund to provide sustainable financial relief to professional musicians so they can earn an annual living wage, to support rebuilding our music economy by providing professional live music performance incentives to venues, and to provide additional funding for creative grants to support new Canadian music creation, as well as for public school music education to foster the development of future Canadian musicians. The petition also calls upon the government to amend the Broadcasting Act to consider which regulatory tools would be most suitable to address fair and transparent remuneration for music artists. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisbach.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm here to present two sets of petitions. The first is on the concerns law-abiding gun owners have with the Liberals' recent firearms regulations. They're rightly concerned that the changes missed the mark. The new regulations target lawful gun owners while ignoring the real issue of illegal gun smuggling from the U.S. The second petition is about the Liberals' carbon tax. The petitioners are rightly concerned about the cost of the job-killing carbon tax on their families and on the Canadian industries.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour today to table two petitions. The first is E2977. There are increasing concerns in my riding and within the City of London, actually across all of Canada, that groups have been gathering in protest and distributing leaflets displaying extremely graphic images of allegedly aborted fetuses. They're concerned by the impact that such imagery will have on individuals and children. It's triggering for persons who have suffered trauma and loss. Therefore, they ask the Government of Canada to work with provinces and municipalities to amend or create legislation setting out the limitations regarding what imagery and content can be used in a protest or demonstration that is subject to public viewing, and amend or create legislation regarding if and how graphic imagery can be delivered to homes across the country, i.e. putting such pamphlets in envelopes with a viewer discretion warning. The second petition today is E2881. Petitioners are talking here about relationship violence in any form, physical, emotional, spiritual, financial abuse, or negative social control. They talk about the violence in relationships and how that impacts all Canadians, children. It's intergenerationally learned behavior, which normalizes violent behavior. And they talk about the cost to Canadian society due to the loss of economic productivity, wages, social services costs, and so on. They ask the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to develop a national prevention plan that includes a media campaign on healthy relationships and the consequences of relationship violence, and to proactively address educational goals and societal change to establish a society with healthier and happier relationships. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to present a petition asking the government to not remain silent, formally recognize Uyghurs in China are being subjected to genocide, and to use the Magnitsky Act and sanction those responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against Uyghur people. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to present a petition from my neighbours in Milton, petition E3216, calling on the House of Commons to ensure that the human rights of Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and predominantly Muslim minorities are protected, and that an investigation on the human rights situation in Xinjiang, China be pursued, because Canada is obligated to confront the violation of international human rights in China against the Uyghur Muslims and other minorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If the government's revised responses to question number 314, originally tabled on January 25th, 2021, could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Does the House consent to the Parliamentary Secretary's request? Wait. Consent is given.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And finally, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Est-ce que le secrétaire parlementaire a le consentement?
Does the Parliamentary Secretary have consent? Yes.
So stand. Okay. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-14, the Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
The honourable member for Peace River West Loch has 3 minutes left in questions and comments.
Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to ask a question to my friend from Northern Alberta. And I'd like it if he could share a little bit about the specific economic challenges that are being faced in his riding. I know it's probably similar to the challenges in my riding, maybe a little bit different, but we see the kind of confluence of factors related to the government's anti-energy policies, as well as factors related to the COVID-19 pandemic. There's at least two storms that businesses in our province in particular are facing simultaneously. What is he hearing about these two issues in his riding, and particularly the recovery? We hope, we know at some point that the situation with COVID-19 will be brought to an end, but it will be hard to have a recovery if the government's anti-energy policies continue even after the COVID-19 pandemic is over.
The honourable member for Peace River West Loch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I'd like to just raise the example of the First Nation community of Loon River up in northern Alberta, about a 5.5-hour drive north of Edmonton. This First Nation has significant business interests in construction and forestry. They build roads, essentially, and since the downturn in the oil price, the need to build oil field roads is down significantly, and so many of their people that have used to work at this construction company are no longer working, so that the revenue for the band is down significantly, but the expenses are up given the fact that now they are dealing with the COVID crisis. They're putting up a checkpoint at the end of the road so that visitors coming in and out are being screened at the entrance to the community. All of these things have added costs for the administration of their community, and on the other side that they have seen a dramatic reduction in the
One question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can explain on behalf of the Conservative Party why it is that at the time in which we're experiencing what we are in the pandemic, that the Conservative Party continues to want to play a destructive force inside the House by not allowing this important piece of legislation to pass through. They continue to want to debate it indefinitely, and there is so much within this legislation that's going to be helping small businesses and other Canadians. Why?
Honourable member for Peace River West Loch, 15 seconds.
Well, Madam Chair, I would like to just point out that Liberals have been up and debating this as much as anybody. I do believe they've had over 22 speakers on this bill to this point. Conservatives are also concerned about the fact that we have rushed through legislation.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg au Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to join in today to debate on Bill C-14. I'm doing so virtually, but I'm looking forward to being able to get back to the House of Commons. That's always more effective. I'll be speaking about Bill C-14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 30th, 2020, and other measures. And more specifically, I want to discuss Part 6 of the bill, which authorizes payments to the Treasury on the initiatives that are related to health. Madam Speaker, I'm concerned that this is like the sponsorship scandal 2.0. You will doubtless recall this scandal that the Liberals used, using public funds to finance various PR operations to influence Quebecers. They signed significant contracts with PR agencies using taxpayer money, $322 million, without using appropriate checks and balances. Now today, the situation is different, but the government's actions seem oddly similar. I will explain. After the sponsorship scandal, the Gomery Commission concluded that high-level monitoring of the public service was not appropriate, and this enabled Liberals to get around appropriate procedures. Today, with the COVID crisis, we've seen similar blunders. For example, we've seen single-source contracts for friends of the Prime Minister, like with Frank Baylis and We Charity. Canadians will recall that. And similar to with the sponsorship scandal, these contracts were signed very quickly and without appropriate checks and balances. In addition, we heard from the Gomery Commission that there was a heavy layer of secrecy around the administration of the sponsorship program and a lack of transparency when it came to procurement. And now we're seeing the same thing today. The Prime Minister hides everything that he can. In many cases, the names of companies, the name of the company, as well as details of contracts and products and services and all sorts of things. In many cases, even the monetary value wasn't available. For example, in one case, a more than $180 million contract was given to a company only named by the letter M. That's it. M like mother. Company B, more than $91 million. Business F, more than $35 million. Business K, more than $69 million. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you'll see what's going on here. The Liberal government just tries to hide everything that it possibly can. Between February and June 2020, millions of dollars were handed out in contracts, and we haven't got any details. In many cases, the government states what the product was, but we don't know the quantity, so it's impossible to multiply in order to understand what the total cost was. Thus, it's impossible to see whether there was any type of corruption in the contract. Ultimately, this type of governance can only be described as completely corrupt or that it makes no sense. Up to you to decide. Another conclusion of the Gomery Commission in the sponsorship scandal was that there was a lack of clear criteria and objectives, which meant that ultimately the sponsorship were used for other ends than national unity or federal visibility. And we're seeing the same thing today with procurement against COVID-19. It's very clear that the guidelines are not clear and consistent. For example, if the Prime Minister had paid attention to Canadian scientists, he would have been able to ensure that taxpayer money for vaccine development would have been invested in Canada and not in the communist regime in China. But the Liberal government decided to invest in China because it doesn't seem to trust our scientists and their know-how. We were all shocked to hear the Minister of Public Services and Procurement minimize the quality of our Canadian scientists' know-how when she said, the reality is that in order to create a new vaccine factory, we need expertise. We need our providers' resources. The director of the Infectious Diseases Research Center at the University of Laval, Gary Cobinger, said that the minister's statement was an insult to the last 10 years of research and that the minister should look at our universities and our factories. They're not operated by aliens. The Prime Minister has often talked about Canadian know-how, but when it comes to time to act, he clearly shows he doesn't trust our institutions. Gomery also concluded that the sponsorship scandal had to do with political involvement in the administration of the program. And today we see that the Liberals are still doing the same thing with COVID programs by giving gifts to their friends such as Frank Baylis or the Kielburger brothers. In addition to recommending limits to the powers of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, the Gomery Commission also recommended reinforcing the power of MPs in the House. The central recommendation of the Commission was to offer increased support to parliamentary committees. Parliamentary committees are MP working groups who review government decisions in areas such as public policy, public finances, healthcare, and social services. Madam Speaker, the committees have done their work, but Liberal ministers refused to answer questions. Their answers were vague and non-specific. After hours and hours of questions in this House, in committees, and through official letters, we don't know anything more than we did about the contracts to fight COVID. The corruption of the Liberal Party was clear during the sponsorship scandal and is still clear today with the contracts that they hand out to their friends. Now, if what I say is false, then the Liberals should just put their cards on the table. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars in public funds. The Prime Minister should be ashamed, but instead he continues to hide the truth from Canadians. Madam Speaker, as elected officials, we have a duty to be transparent because each dollar we spend is a dollar raised from Canadians' taxes. Canadian taxpayers should be able to trust their government. They should be able to trust that their government will be open, transparent, and not corrupt. And ultimately, we can't trust the Prime Minister here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to thank him for raising the important matter of health since we're in a pandemic. Now, we need two things to address the situation. Firstly, more money, but in addition, with the ad hoc committee on We Charity, we could have gotten more answers. Because we're talking a lot of money that was spent in the We Charity scandal, money that could instead have been spent on health transfers. My colleague's party often talks about the importance of predictable health transfers. Currently, federal health transfers are 22%. Our party is asking for it to be raised to 35%. What does my colleague think? Should it be predictable or should it be...
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Ensuring stability in healthcare transfers is essential. Today, what we see are conditions. The Liberal Party prefers to put conditions on it and direct the money to specific sectors. It's been clear to us, and it's still clear, that the money must be transferred unconditionally. As to what percentage it is, when we're in power, it will depend on the assessment we do and see how the Liberal government has managed the COVID crisis. And then we'll be able to have a serious discussion and make serious proposals to the provinces with regard to public funds.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today. He covered a lot of the issues of the corruption and entitlement of this government when it comes to the COVID spending and also the incredible lack of transparency. Last week we heard from the Liberals an introduction of massive proposals to reverse the decline of the French language in Canada. And yet we saw with the billion-dollar handout to the wee friends of the Liberals that the president of the Treasury Board from Quebec City himself he testified he violated the Official Languages Act in order to push through the sole source contract for the Liberal Friends of We Charity. I'd like my colleague to comment on the duplicity of the Liberals saying they're standing for the French language, but at the same time, their senior Liberal minister in Quebec City admitted he violated Treasury Board rules and violated the Official Languages Act by refusing to do an official languages analysis on the billion-dollar gift to the We Charity.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I want to thank my colleague for the question. And in starting a response, I would wish a prompt recovery to the minister responsible for Treasury Board who is on sick leave, so I hope he gets well soon. But that does not excuse what had happened in the We Charity file. Quebec was ignored totally. French, the assessment of the impact on the Francophonie in French was not considered important or relevant. We're talking about $900 million across Canada in play without consideration for the French language. This is completely unacceptable. Once again, it demonstrates who the Liberals really are when it comes to French. And we see the games that are played with the French language, and it's in actions where you see the reality. And this is an egregious proof of what they think of French. Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to speak in the House today, representing the good people of the North Okanagan-Shuswap, and take part in the debate on Bill C-14, the Economic Statement Implementation Act of 2020. Here we are today at the end of February, debating an economic statement, not a budget, from last year. We are debating the 2020 economic statement today because the government has not tabled a budget since March of 2019, long before the last election. In fact, we have a minority government that has been spending money for over a year without presenting a budget. But then this is from a prime minister who said budgets balance themselves. But budgets are a means to identify the objectives of the government and the objectives the government has set by for themselves. A federal budget would be a means by which Canadians could determine if the government is recognizing the people's priorities. Last March, it was appropriate to delay Budget 2020, but this government has now denied Canadians and parliamentarians a federal budget for nearly a year. They needed an inch, but now they've taken a mile. I know my colleagues on the government side will shrug their shoulders and suggest that none of this matters. They will tell Canadians that they provided Parliament with a fiscal and economic snapshot last July and then a statement in November, and all is well. But the government party, only because the government party says so. Well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, they are wrong. All is not well when the federal government fails to present Canadians and Parliament with a plan they have for managing their fiscal policy. The persisting absence of a federal budget over the past 700 days should raise red flags for all Canadians, and indeed all parliamentarians. A government that refuses to provide and abide by a budget is a government that is evading accountability and transparency. And having a comprehensive and realistic plan for managing the finances of Canada during the greatest crisis we have faced in generations is even more important. In fact, the persisting hazards and harm that Canadians continue to face in this crisis actually increases the necessity for sound fiscal planning and policy. During this time of crisis, more Canadians than ever before are looking to the federal government for a plan, for leadership, for a budget. I believe that if this government possessed any of these, the government would have presented them, but they have not. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to represent the people of the North Okanagan Shuswap in British Columbia, and my representation is based on one foundation, the people. Over the past year, I have spent countless hours on the phone and computer connecting with constituents, and I want to share some of what I have heard from those constituents that I represent. People in the North Okanagan Shuswap are concerned about their families, their jobs, and their businesses. Last month saw the loss of almost 213,000 jobs across Canada, 5 times more than economists had expected. That sounds bad enough, but to put that into perspective, Canada has lost 858,000 jobs since last February, and another 529,000 Canadians are working less than normal. Almost 1.5 million Canadians working less than usual or not at all compared to a year ago. At the same time, the recovery of employment opportunities has been damaged by this government's policies that have severely undermined confidence that Canadians need to make investments in local businesses, local economies, and communities. I have been contacted by individuals, small business owners from across the North Okanagan Shuswap and across BC who are trying to find ways to keep their families together and operations viable, but they keep getting beaten down or beaten back by the policies of this government. I have one constituent in Vernon just trying to get an answer on what channel their company needs to go through to apply to get a device registered that could help in the fight against COVID. She has been trying for over 8 months to simply register a machine that could generate sanitizer right inside of hospitals, but she has been stymied in getting an answer just to the regulatory pathway that she needs to take. Meanwhile, the same government found a fast track to issue a contract for ventilators to a company owned by a former Liberal MP, Frank Baylis. Last year, as the first wave of the pandemic was building and Canada had a shortage of sanitizers, a craft distiller in the North Okanagan Shuswap answered the call from the Prime Minister for Canadian businesses to step up and help fill the gap. This constituent set aside his regular business and production plans so that his business could provide sanitizers to frontline workers across the region. He did not have to do this, but he did, because this is what Canadians have done through times of crisis. We have gone out of our way to support each other. However, when it came time for the government to sign massive contracts for sanitizers, Canadian businesses that stepped up in the crisis were sidelined as this government awarded $375 million worth of contracts to foreign-sourced sanitizers. When questioned about this in the House in December, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance smugly suggested that Canadian businesses should apply for government support programs. This is not a plan or a pathway to recovery for all Canadians. It seems unless you have Liberal connections, you get to wait at the back of the line. Canadians deserve better. They need to know what direction their government is headed and how they plan to deal with the increased debt, which will need to be serviced through interest and principal payments now and over a period of decades. Canadians are not seeing that plan, nor have they seen a budget from this government. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the entrepreneurs and experienced business owners alike across the North Okanagan Shuswap and the work they have done to keep their employees on the payroll and customers served. But many have been asked to hold on for too long without any way to plan for their own budgets or their future. Mr. Speaker, businesses of almost every type are hurting. Personal services, bed and breakfasts, tour companies, restaurants, small markets, crafters, recreational and guiding businesses, and certainly not-for-profits are hurting. They are all doing what they can, but this government has not presented a budget or a plan to help them recover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do note that we had a Madam Speaker in the chair in the beginning, and now we have a Mr. Speaker now. So thank you for the 2-minute warning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no one gets it right all of the time, but Canadians deserve a government that will get it right most of the time, and a government that is accountable. This Economic Statement Implementation Act will help correct some of the faults in previous legislation, but it is not a budget by which the government can be measured for accountability. I wait in anticipation of when this government may finally bring forward their first budget of this Parliament in an attempt to tell Canadians what they forecast for Canada's economic future, so that Canadians, my fellow parliamentarians, and I can hold this government accountable. Until that time, I will continue to connect with my constituents to hear what concerns them and to carry those concerns to this House and to Ottawa so that we can work together to secure our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Fort Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's definitely good to see you there. You should try it more often. I have a lot of time for my friend from North Okanagan Shuswap. We work well together on the Fisheries Committee. But the speech that he's given today reminds me of the old expression that's often labeled on parliamentarians, and that is, when all is said and done, there's a lot more said than done. I heard the sense of urgency, for some of the examples that he gave of people needing help. But the question to him is, okay, we know people need help, but is the Conservative Party prepared to talk out the clock until a budget comes down weeks from now? Or are they prepared to move now
on the kind of supports and help that so many people need, and those needs that he recognized.
I have a point of order from the honourable member of Yellowhead. The honourable member does not have a tie. The honourable member for Port Kells doesn't have a tie.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap. I think we both share a vision of not losing more billions, as we saw were lost in the We Charity scandal. We need to keep all our money here so that it can be reinvested. However, with regard to budget control, I'd like to hear these comments. I know we need an update. Where are we in the budget? We've been waiting for the figures. Where are we going? Where are we coming from? We need an update. It's essential. However, I would like to just put a word of caution. Is he prepared to say that there are some sectors where we should not cut, even if what comes next will be difficult and choices will have to be made? I'm thinking in particular of healthcare transfers. He said that groups needed help. I'd like to hear him talk about protecting some sectors and avoiding austerity, has been indicated previously by previous Liberal and Conservative government.
North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Certainly, we share concerns about what is really needed to help Canadians through this pandemic and a recovery, a jobs recovery, an economic recovery. And that is why we are debating this bill. It introduces $25 billion in new spending on a part of a deficit that looks to be closing in on $400 billion this year. So we want to investigate and debate this budget or this Economic Implementation Act very carefully, but it really is time for this government to step up, provide a budget so that we know what they see as Canada's future and Canada's economic plan. Thank you for the question.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, this government first got rid of balanced budgets, and now they've gotten rid of budgets altogether. We haven't had one of those in 2 years, but this economic statement proposes to raise the debt limit to $1.8 trillion. That's $1 trillion higher than the debt was only a year ago. The combined debts of all governments are now bigger than the entire GDP for the first time in recorded history. And if you add up business, household, and government debts, we have a debt to GDP ratio of 387%, which is the highest on record, twice the historic average, bigger than the U.S. during the subprime crisis, bigger than Greece during that debt crisis, bigger than 41 of the 45 biggest debt crises in the last century. Does the honourable member believe that if this government and this country fails to reduce its debt ratio before interest rates return to normal, that we will indeed have a massive debt crisis on our hands here in Canada?
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Carleton for his question, and I certainly agree with him that unless we get our spending under control, the risk of increased interest rates is an incredible threat to this country. I lived through the recession of 1981-82, when basically there was so many job loss you couldn't buy a job. Interest rates over 20%. I personally paid over 9% on a primary mortgage. Our second mortgage was over 12.5%. Those kind of interest rates are possible, and if we don't get government spending under control, and also the terms that this borrowing is done under, most of it has been done under short-term rates that are subject to change. Much of it needs to be, if it's going to continue, needs to be done under better terms than this government has negotiated. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss the state of our economy and Bill C-14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament back in November. Over the past year, many Canadians have faced complete lack of uncertainty around their livelihoods as the result of COVID. To use a metaphor I recently heard, when it comes to COVID, we are all in this storm together. Only some have yachts, others life rafts, and some are just trying to keep their heads above water before they drown. While the Liberal cabinet is on their yachts looking after their good friends with yachts like we and the S&C Lavalin Group, many of my constituents are barely keeping their heads above water or losing their businesses, while programs like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and other programs have been welcome, and Conservatives have supported them. There is still businesses and people falling through the cracks and drowning. Like a young couple I have in my riding that has a fitness center. They phoned me here about 3 weeks ago and was saying, is there any programs available to us? And I went through the list just as I did earlier, and they had said that we've applied for them and we were able to get about $2,000 from CERB because with the full closures, partial closures, and some lot openings, they were able to not get much money. As well as the rent control, they also only got about $600. Unfortunately, though, during our conversation, they says because we cannot be financially viable, we're going to have to close our business. And on top of this yet, now they also owe about $3,600 in debt because they have to pay out their lease on the building they own and before they can foreclose. So this is a big problem for our country. Together as Canada, we face lack of uncertainty. We look at our economic outlook and see nothing but endless lockdowns and failure after failure when it comes to the vaccine procurement. The future looks bleak. Canadians need certainty back in their lives as soon as possible. Canada has the worst unemployment rate in the G7, and last I checked, 58th in the world in terms of Canadians vaccinated per capita. The other day, my colleague and member from Carleton pointed out to the Prime Minister has been tooting how low unemployment rate is in this House for years, saying that is the most important indicator, but yet now Canada has the highest unemployment rate in the G7, and now that's not the best way of measuring how we are doing. Funny how that works, and that most important statistics are always the ones that make the Liberals look best. I know when I was growing up, we always talked about how many billion dollars our national debt was. When that grew too high, we started talking about debt to GDP ratio. Well, now that's growing too high. We don't even want to talk about that either. Funny how the numbers and discussions keep changing to make the Liberals look better than what's really happening. Madam Speaker, this government snubbing Alberta and our natural resources industry predates COVID, but the pandemic has made the bad economic situation worse. When the Prime Minister could be giving the green light to big natural resource projects, as always, this government is going with their favorite job-killing strategy, death by delay. Across Alberta, hundreds of natural resource workers are wondering where to turn. A year and a half ago, Teck made the application for the Frontier Mine, and they managed to meet all of the Liberals' regulations, and it was surprising that 5 months and 3 weeks, the Liberals still never made a decision as to whether the mine should go through. And yes, they will spout off that Teck pulled the project. But you have to wonder why a company that spent years developing the plan, millions of dollars, and then pulling the project in the last week. I assume they were probably scared that there was going to be more restrictions and putting on there than they could actually manage anymore, even though they were going to address how they would be carbon neutral by 2050. Madam Speaker, COVID has been tough on families, especially those with young children, and that is why it is good to see in this legislation that the government is restoring the support for families after slashing the previous Conservative government's Canada Child Benefit Program. On our path to reopen the economy, we need to be incentivizing people to get back to work. A constituent of mine works reception at a small physiotherapy clinic. Under normal conditions, the clinic operates 40 hours per week, and appointments are fully booked. Due to COVID and people not making bookings, unless essential, the clinic is now only getting 15 hours of bookings per week. The problem here is that if an employee works more than 15 hours, but less than 40 hours, they are worse off than they were before. Anything above 15 hours, they are no longer eligible for the CERB, and anything less than 40 hours, they are making less than they would through CERB. People in all industries across this country are facing this issue. As we try and reopen the economy, and we need to make sure under no circumstances we are incentivizing Canadians to work less. Madam Speaker, most people I have talked to that are out of work want to get back to work. There is pride that comes with earning a paycheck, and those out of work right now are missing that, further contributing to the mental health issues. I had one of my friends call me. She's a young mother and a single parent. She recently started a business last year of cleaning homes. Because she didn't make the $5,000, she was not eligible to collect CERB. It was devastating to hear her crying on the phone, saying, how am I going to pay my bills and feed my young daughter? This is the problems that we've been facing. We know that one of the industries hardest hit by the pandemic has been the tourism industry. As a member of the Transport Committee and as a member of Parliament for Yellowhead, having Jasper and Jasper National Park in my riding and many other tourism operators across the constituency, I have heard firsthand the struggles of the industry. Small tourism-related businesses have taken out loans that will take a decade or more for them to pay off, and expect to even go further into debt before things start to get better. The HASCAP program is a Band-Aid solution for a complex problem. Airlines are also in a precarious situation where they have been promised federal assistance, but still nothing a year into this pandemic. The entire tourism industry needs some kind of plan, and soon these businesses and airlines cannot indefinitely operate while incurring losses. This legislation is a scary sign of the times. A year and a half ago, when I was elected, I would never have imagined I would have been standing in Parliament today discussing legislation to expand Canada's borrowing capacity to just over $1.8 trillion by 2024. That's a staggering number, Madam Speaker. When people ask me why I'm a Conservative, the simple answer is I believe in good stewardship of tax dollars. With every dollar the government spends, we must remember that comes off the Canadians' paychecks. When we're $1 trillion in debt, $1 million here and $1 million there might not seem it matters to the Liberals, but to the average Canadian, that's a lot of money that we are taxing them on. And every dollar we spend must be respected and assessed for value. Canadians have been hard hit by COVID. Over the last year, the economic implications of the pandemic will be long-lasting. Spending is not good enough. We need a comprehensive recovery strategy and targeted investments to help get Canadians back to work. As I mentioned earlier, many small businesses are suffering and need financial assistance now. Without this assistance, many other small businesses will continually go bankrupt. Out of no fault of their own, it is simply because of the COVID themselves. This is why it's very challenging to represent people with small business and the tourism sector, because without their financial assistance, they definitely will be closing. And this doesn't seem that important maybe to the Liberals, but the point is it is important to our economy. Without the small business sector, we definitely will be in financial troubles in the future, and we definitely need to look after them. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am ready to ask questions.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Spadina East York, yes.
Spadina Fort York. I wouldn't want to take my colleague's neighborhood away from his riding. I listened with interest, confused by how the Conservatives said we need to have less spending, but we need to make strategic investments. We need to cut budgets, but we need to help more people with new dollars being extended to targeted industries. But what really caught my attention was when he pretended that the Canada Child Benefit had been slashed by our government. We, in fact, doubled it. What we did do was take it away from the very people he was worried about, those with yachts and million-dollar trust accounts. We don't send the Canada Child Benefit to millionaires anymore. In fact, we've doubled it up for lower income Canadians. And through COVID, we've increased it, not just in terms of the one time in the spring, but we've now forecast another expenditure increase for this year after indexing it 2 years ago. Could the member opposite really want us to send checks to millionaires and cut child benefit funds and reduce them to the levels of the conservative levels as he outlined in the speech, or is he just unaware of how low the conservative benefit was?
Well, member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague for his interesting interpretation, I guess you'd say, that when they start talking about how they don't give checks to their millionaire friends and that, but geez, I don't know about the ethics commissioner, sometimes has had some difficulty in assessing that same values or principles at times. I think that we need to definitely assist the families, and that's why I'm very pleased that we are working to assist families in the future here, because it is a very imperative thing that we're doing. Without that support, many of these families will go hungry, so I'm very appreciative that we're working together on those programs.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I heard him talk about the importance of supporting the tourism industry. But culture is also a part of that. You know, in 2008, 2009, there were a number of budget cuts made by Harper's government to the culture and the arts. So I'd like to know what the Conservatives' position is, not only on tourism, but also on the cultural industry.
Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my member for asking those questions. I think that does go hand in hand, because when you talk about tourism, without the cultural activities available, how would you be able to attract people to come to them? So that is a form of area that we need to address as well. And I think it's very important that we have this opportunity when we're looking at the tourism sector that also includes the arts and culture sector as well.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Sorry.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for what I thought was an excellent speech. There's many important issues that he raises, and it's interesting to hear members of the government talk about, how can we possibly be supporting people in need while also controlling spending? The answer to that is quite simple. Have a plan for growth. Support the development of our economy. Stop putting unnecessary barriers in the way of manufacturing and resource extraction, which are so fundamental to our national economy. And what we don't see from this government is a plan for growth, a plan for jobs. So I wonder if the member can comment on, really the need for a plan that gets people back to work. Because if people are able to work again in larger numbers, if we address the unemployment problem, then it becomes much easier to provide the support that we need to people that are not able to work, because we actually are dealing with the underlying economic situation such that we have resources in place.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To you, to my fellow colleague, I think it's very important that we're pointing out the failures that has happened with this Liberal government, because if they would have actually maybe looked at things a little better or done things a little differently, we wouldn't have to have spent the huge money that we have been on these programs. And you're definitely right. If we do not have a plan moving forward in trying to get our economy back in place, we are going to be in this perpetual motion forever almost, it seems like, that if we don't, we'll be continuing with this program and that program. And you know for a fact you cannot build an economy and come back, as they like to say, build back better when you're not having that financial side coming forward.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that Bill C-14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 30th, 2020 and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Si un député d'un parti...
If a member present in the House deserves to have a recorded division or to have dissidents, I invite them to rise.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division.
As such, conformément à l'ordre
pursuant to order adopted on Monday.
No, ici. Pardon.
Pursuant to order adopted on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the recorded division stands deferred until March 8th, 2021, at the end of the time allotted for oral questions.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 1:30 so that we could move to private members' business.
Does the Honourable Member have the consent of the House? And so it is 1:30. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-205, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act.
Do I read anything? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Miramichi, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to listen to the speeches presented by other colleagues concerning Bill C-205. I understand the intention of this bill. I understand that farmers and the animals that they care about have been stressed following past intrusions. I understand the reasoning of the member for Foothills in presenting this bill. And I have a lot of respect for the member for Foothills, having sat on the Agriculture Committee with him. And I really respect his knowledge and his concerns with the agricultural sector. The government agrees that it's essential to have strong biosecurity measures to protect the health of animals and to ensure their well-being, and to protect the mental health of farmers as well, and the commercialization of farm products. Of course, we agree with biosecurity measures. We've already heard in this House that biosecurity is a matter of shared jurisdiction between the provinces, territories, and the federal government, as well as producers themselves. The CFIA, which is responsible for implementing the Animal Health Act and the related regulations, works very closely with the provinces and industry to implement biosecurity standards and other animal welfare issues. Madam Speaker, currently there were some cases of intrusion, and those are managed by laws that already exist. Bill C-205, however, would also prevent the illicit intrusion of anyone into any other agricultural facilities.
As I just said, instances of trespassing or unlawful entry are currently dealt with by existing legislation, whether under the criminal code or provincial or territorial laws. Trespassing on farms and such premises is already addressed in several provinces. In addition, provincial governments in Ontario, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba have increased trespassing fines dating back to early 2019. Let me provide an example, Madam Speaker. Alberta Bill 27 Trespass Statute Protecting Law-Abiding Property Owners Amendment Act came into force December 5th, 2019. That bill amends several acts. The Occupiers Liability Act was amended to better protect property owners from civil liabilities for injuries or to trespassers where the owner has reasonable ground to believe the trespasser is committing or about to commit a criminal offense. The Petty Trespass Act and the Trespass to Premise Act were amended to increase the maximum fines to $10,000 for a first offense, $25,000 for subsequent offense, as well as possible prison time for up to 6 months, and $200,000 for corporation that help or direct trespassers. The Petty Trespass Act was amended to broaden location where entry is prohibited without notice to explicitly reference land use for crops, animal rearing, and beekeeping. The Provincial Offences Procedure Act was amended to increase the maximum amount a court may order for loss or damage to property to $100,000. Of even more pertinence is Alberta biosecurity regulations, Alberta Regulation 185-219, which also came into force December 5th, 2019.
That regulation was made under existing authorities of the Animal Health Act and has the intent of protecting animals from potential disease introduction and stress associated with breaches of security protocols. The regulation prohibits unauthorized entry into premises where livestock are housed without the need to give notice, such as post signage, and where other species of animals, such as laboratory animals, are kept when notice is given orally or in writing. The regulation contains a novel prohibition against aiding, counseling, or directing a person to commit an offense. The regulation provides an avenue for aggrieved party to request restitution from convicted party for loss or damage to property, and the cost of remedial action that may be taken to address the potential harm of the biosecurity breach, such as veterinary care, medication, cleaning, and disinfection. The province of Alberta has previously made reference to provisions of the Criminal Code in relation to break-ins by way of Criminal Code Section 348. This section codifies the offense of breaking and entering with the intent to commit an offense, breaking and entering and committing an offense, or breaking out after intending to have or having committed an offense. Excuse me. Section 321 of the Criminal Code defines break for the purpose of the break and enter provision. Reading it makes clear that breaking does not need to include damaging property. It can simply mean opening a door. Madam Speaker, under the Alberta legislation, if the concern is related to use or enjoyment of property, then the offense in question is likely to be a mischief. To recap, Madam Speaker, not only do provinces have trespassing legislation, but several, like Alberta, have passed legislation specifically focused on protecting farms. I think it is important to respect provincial jurisdictions. Now let's talk about the Criminal Code of Canada. Under the Criminal Code of Canada, the trespassing activities targeted by Bill C-205 are already captured under the mischief offense, subsection 431, namely the obstruction, interruption, or interference with the lawful enjoyment of or operation of property. Penalties on the nature of the property and whether the mischief caused actual danger to life. Punishment includes fines of up to $5,000 and up to 2 years in prison. A trespass offense in Section 177 of the Criminal Code against loitering or prowling at night near a dwelling house without lawful excuse could also be applicable in such case, punishable by a summary conviction by a maximum term of imprisonment of 2 years, less a day, and a fine of not exceeding $5,000. The point here, Madam Speaker, is that there is the Criminal Code, and there is existing provincial legislation, some with higher fines, and that this type of legislation and enforcement largely rest with the provinces. In closing, in addition to instances of trespassing or unlawful entry being dealt with by existing legislation, biosecurity measures do exist already on Canadian farms and premises. We do not want to reinvent the wheel here, Madam Speaker, but we do want to find the right balance in this bill and to discern the best way forward considering legislation and biosecurity measures that already exist. And Madam Speaker, if the bill makes it to our Ag Committee, I look forward to discussing this and finding ways to create that balance. I absolutely agree that we can improve biosecurity in places where animals are kept, but I cannot support the text of the bill as written given some of the challenges it raises. Non seulement les lois existantes traitent déjà les cas d'intrusion.
Not only does existing legislation already address illicit entry, there are already biosecurity measures in place to protect farms. It is not necessary to reinvent the wheel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to take part virtually in this parliamentary debate on Bill C-205, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act. First of all, I would like to discuss an unfortunate event that occurred in my riding a year and a half ago. A little less than that. On December 7th, 2019, to be specific, 3 vegan and anti-speciesists activists entered a pork farm at Saint-Hyacinthe in order to protest raising animals for human consumption. They entered a pork pen where they filmed and protested for nearly 7 hours, just in front of the pens. Then, several Sûreté du Québec officers also entered the building in order to cause them to exit, and that means that nearly 30 people were there. They weren't supposed to be there, and they contaminated the facility. At a press conference in 2020, the owners of the farm stated that since the incident, they had seen clinical signs of a new illness. After analysis, they realized that it wasn't a new illness, it was an illness of the small intestine that they hadn't seen for 40 years. And a rotavirus like this is not the only illness that can affect pigs. Pigs are very sensitive to stress in their environment. When they are in captivity, the temperature and noise levels need to be controlled. During the protests, some of the sows rose suddenly, and when they lay down again, they killed their piglets. Moreover, the protesters put water inside the diesel reservoir of the generator, which changed the temperature, and they left the doors open, even though it was minus 12 outside. Due to something like this, well, this happened in my riding, but it's not the only thing like this that has happened. But when something like this happens, there can be serious effects for farm biosecurity. The health and well-being of the animals, which is precisely what these protesters say they are supporting, may be seriously threatened. In addition to these disruptions to the animals and the financial consequences, many agricultural producers have confirmed that since these kinds of events, they are permanently afraid of having their farms invaded in this way. And these practices, sadly, are more and more frequent. After this incident, the Union of Agricultural Producers obtained an urgent injunction against the activist group to forbid them from approaching an agricultural establishment without the agreement of the owner. Of course, if the owner says yes, they can come closer than 500 meters. The 12 activists who were associated to the group Direct Action Everywhere were faced with 2 charges: breaking and entering to commit an offense, and preventing a police officer from carrying out their duties. Another one was a minor and appeared before the youth courts. But despite all this, the harassment did not stop. Recently, the owners of the farm, who I spoke to recently, have been harassed on social media, and they've had to stop answering the telephone. Otherwise, they may receive invective and harsh language over the telephone, and they're not the only ones in that situation. So we can see that current legislation is not enough. That is why we are debating Bill C-205 today, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act. The idea of this bill is very simple. It makes it an offense to enter without lawful authority or excuse a place in which animals are kept, if doing so could result in the exposure of the animals to a disease or toxic substance that is capable of affecting or contaminating them. We support the bill at this stage. Now, of course, we are not opposing freedom of expression here, or the right to protest. We are not opposing vegan values. Everyone is free to support these values or not. That's not what we're discussing today. However, we cannot sanction in any way whatsoever illegal acts which hurt both agricultural producers and the animals. I must mention that animal welfare is an important part of the Quebec agricultural model, which is based on family farms, not factory farms, where animals may never see a single blade of grass in their entire lives. No. So, as the Bloc Québécois critic on international trade, and as the MP for a riding which may be the most agricultural riding in the country, I often speak to agricultural producers on their concerns about meat from abroad, which is competing with their meat. Animal welfare is part of their considerations. And they are facing competitors with much lower production costs, which in many cases is because of much lower standards regarding animal welfare. which leads them to want the standards to be more harmonized, although our standards are some of the best in the world. So actually, that means that our agricultural producers are asking for other agricultural producers elsewhere to have higher standards. For example, we've seen that with duck producers. They've recently stated that they are in a difficult situation due to European standards that are more lax than ours, which causes unfair competition for these duck producers. We've seen the same thing with beekeepers who are concerned about products from the Mercosur region, or rather, our poultry producers, rather. And in addition, these poultry producers have a form signed in order to raise their workforce's awareness of animal welfare. And that's also the case for dairy producers who have adopted a code of recommended practices for the care and handling of dairy animals in collaboration with scientists and veterinarians, with standards about their living conditions, feeding, health, and transportation. We've had certification programs like this since 2017. And ultimately, you might think that such a program has been imposed on these producers and that they hate being scrutinized in this way, but no, it's the opposite. They have actually invited this type of monitoring because a cow that is treated well produces better milk. In fact, a cow that is brushed and well treated can produce up to 1 kilogram of milk more per day, and the chance that that cow gets an inflammation is 30% lower. So treating animals well has advantages, only has advantages for farmers, and they know that. And all of these examples are not exhaustive. There are many more. So ultimately, activists targeting Quebec agriculture are targeting the wrong sector. We're not talking about a matter of values. We're not telling people what values to espouse, but in many regards, the Quebec agricultural model is one that others should be trying to emulate. And to weaken the Quebec model would ultimately only favor foreign models that are more harmful for animals. So coming back to the bill, we support it, but there are some potential difficulties with its application. Agriculture and animal welfare is an area of shared jurisdiction. Ottawa has limited powers when it comes to the area of application of such a piece of legislation. So it would be good to have more information about the functionality and application of this bill. As the Canada Food Inspection Agency has stated, protecting animals including farm animals, is ultimately an area of principally provincial jurisdiction. And the Canada Food Inspection Agency limits its own mandate to regulating cruelty-free transportation and cruelty-free treatment of animals who are in feedlots, or rather animals for human consumption in federal slaughterhouses. According to the Criminal Code, it is forbidden to voluntarily cause the suffering of an animal or to inflict pain or an injury. And this code is applied by police officers and the responsible agents of provincial and territorial groups for prevention of cruelty to animals, as well as provincial and territorial departments of agriculture. We must be careful, therefore, because some provinces already have legislation on the issue of intruding on a farm, but others don't. Some provinces like Ontario and Alberta already have more strict laws regarding these illegal entries, but Quebec doesn't have such legislation. It is currently reflecting on the question. And of course, Ottawa shouldn't be imposing such legislation on the provinces. But parliamentary committees exist in order to raise exactly these kinds of questions. So we can do that at committee, but we need to take action. And that's why today, on behalf of animal welfare, private property, and our laws, we will vote at this stage in favor of this bill.
The honourable member for North Island, Paula River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Foothills for bringing forward this private members bill. You know, for all of us as parliamentarians, private members' business is an opportunity for us to share our thoughts and our concerns about things that matter to us and the people that we represent. So I just want to acknowledge his work on this. Farming in my riding of North Island Powell River is an incredibly important part of the region that I serve. In my region, whether it be on the mainland or on Vancouver Island, we have a lot of farms. There's a lot of farms that are family farms, some that have been in the family for generations, and it's a proud history that we have in our region. This is important to all of us because our region, our area continues to be very concerned about food security because we are in communities that are isolated. If food transportation becomes an issue, research tells us that we have only 3 days of food in our area. And with some of our smaller islands, particularly some of our small islands, this timeline could be even smaller. We in our region have a lot of farms that produce both produce and livestock. So this is an issue that arises in my region. And I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud of the hard work that the many farmers do. For example, our region grows products that are wines and spirits. I think of the wonderful 40 Knots Winery and the Shelter Point Distillery, which have both won awards to recognize the high quality of their products. South End Farm Winery, which is on one of the islands in my region, where there are lovely wines, but there's also amazing spaces for enjoying the beautiful area and engaging with a small chicken coop as well. Gunther Brothers Meat Company, brothers who own this businesses, which was started by their grandfather and has gone through the generations that processes local meat in our communities. The Vancouver Island Bison Farm, I drive by there often and get to see the bison majestically walking along the fields. It's amazing in the morning when you see the mist rising and these beautiful bison, locally raised, grass-fed, and really a healthy product for our communities. Amara Farm, which is a family-owned organic farm, which provides a great amount of beautiful produce, but also important leadership in supporting people who are wanting to grow their own food, a lot of education. And then I think specifically of the Powell River region, where there are many tremendous small farms. There's a list provided online at the Powell River Farmers Agriculture Institute, and that list is significant. This organization also hosts a regular CD Saturday where local farmers gather and share seeds and information about what's happening in the region. So when I look at my riding, agriculture is very important, and I'm incredibly proud of that as well. So today, as we speak about Bill C-205, it specifically talks about farms with livestock and the fears that there are that outsiders who are unlawfully gaining access to the farm or properties could introduce contagions, thereby infecting animal populations and resulting in death and possible livestock culling. This is a serious concern, and I really appreciate the focus drawn to this. Several provinces have already introduced and have similar legislation. Some provinces are in the process of considering, so this is obviously a concern. One of the things that I think is important for us to address, though, is when we see people that are doing the work to expose animal abuse cases. This bill proposes some significant fines and up to 2 years of imprisonment. It does concern me because I think we need to find ways to protect farms and to protect the livestock while acknowledging that there is important work to be done around identifying when there are any challenges or treatment to livestock that is unethical in this country. So what I hope to see in this bill is when it goes to committee, if it goes to committee, that this will be addressed. Several years ago, we heard a terrible story, and I think this is an important one to talk about in this particular piece of legislation. Our office was called by a woman named Kathy from Port Hardy, who had 2 horses stolen from her property. Sadly, they were stolen and taken to a slaughterhouse, where under forged identification papers, they were slaughtered for meat. This was absolutely appalling. I can't imagine losing 2 beloved pets in this way. These are horses, they were connected to the family, and it was just a devastating outcome. 2 issues became very clear from this. First of all, CFIA knows that horses are not intended for the meat market and often contain steroids or medication that are not supposed to be in meat for consumption. So there seems to be a mismark here that we need to see addressed. And also, very importantly, equine information documents are easily forged, and this can open the doors for horses to be stolen and slaughtered under fraudulent ID. We have continued to work with Kathy and work with the federal government around this and have actually been saddened and disappointed by the lack of engagement on government. We have heard from people across Canada that are having this experience. So this is something that's happening that I really hope that the federal government takes seriously and starts to address, because this is the loss of family members to these people. I also believe that in this House, all people here want to ensure the safety of livestock on farms while allowing for animal abuse cases to be uncovered. So this piece of legislation, I'm just worried about some of those key points that I think we need to see addressed. And I hope that if it does pass, that the committee really looks at these and makes sure that there's a more robust discussion about the inspection regime of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. This is obviously something that's really important. Madam Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of all of the farmers across my riding. I hear from them frequently. I know they work hard to provide food, beverages, produce for our communities and for our region. I hope that if this does go to committee, that there's serious discussions of amending to make sure testimony is reflected. And I look forward to further discussions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-205, an Act to amend the Health of Animals Act, the private member's bill of my Conservative colleague, the member for Foothills. I want to congratulate the member for Foothills and thank him for this bill. The member understands the challenges farmers, ranchers, and processors in his riding face, and he knows what they are up against. The residents of Foothills are well served on their behalf. Speaker, I'm very proud to represent all of my constituents of Lambton Kent Middlesex, and in speaking to this bill, I'm representing the thousands of farm families who would benefit from this change in legislation, not only in my own riding, but across our great country. This last year has shown us just how important our farms and farm families are in ensuring our domestic food supply. Mental health has come to the forefront during the pandemic, and this includes the mental health of all those who work in agriculture to produce the foods we all enjoy. This bill protects not only the animals, but also the workers and families who care for them. It addresses very directly the concerns of farmers, ranchers, producers, and processors about biosecurity. The welfare of livestock, poultry, or fur-bearing animals when outsiders trespass or insinuate themselves by false premise on farmland, grazing land, production sites, or in transit is critical to protecting our domestic food supply in our agriculture industry. Viruses like African swine fever and even COVID-19 pose a real threat to biosecurity. They can decimate our livestock herds and have long-lasting, devastating impacts on our farms. It is critical that Canadians have a reliable and safe food supply system. In order to ensure the integrity of our food supply system, Canadians, ranchers, farmers and producers and processors adhere to the most robust security standards developed by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and protocols and strategies in collaboration with producer organizations, provincial, territorial governments, and academia. They work diligently to follow these standards and ensure the health and welfare of their animals. Mr. Speaker, few people understand animals better than those who raise them. They understand their behavior and their instincts, their feed and water needs, and what they require to feel safe where they are kept, their veterinary requirements, and what is humane treatment for that particular species of animal. Speaker, they understand that livestock, poultry, fur-bearing animals, and dogs and cats for that matter, are not human beings. Herding animals want to be treated according to their behavior and their instincts, as do other livestock, poultry, and yes, dogs. Those who raise livestock, poultry, or fur-bearing animals do so because they enjoy being around animals. They do something they enjoy in order to earn a living from raising these animals for commercial purposes. Their ability to earn a living from animals depends on their giving those animals good care and treatment. Mr. Speaker, On a farm, ranch, or production site with animals, every animal has a purpose. Dogs serve as an early warning sign for intruders and property, and keep away foxes and coyotes. Farm cats help hold down the rodent population in barns and around farmsteads. But animals raised for commercial purposes benefit us. The eggs and bacon we fry up for breakfast comes from chicken and hogs. The milk we put on our cereal and the cream we add to our coffee or tea comes from a dairy cow, as does the butter on our toast and the cheese on our burger or pizza. That steak or roast beef on your supper table or from your favorite steakhouse comes from beef cattle, as does the pastry shell made with lard that comes with your piece of pie. Your Thanksgiving or Christmas turkey, with or without the trimmings, comes from a poultry producer's work. Speaker, I don't know about you, but I'm starting to feel a little hungry. But it doesn't stop there. The wool in your suit, sweater, or blanket comes from fleece sheared from a sheep. The leather in belts, boots, purses, and briefcases, the fur collars on a coat, or the fur lining of your slippers comes from the hides of animals raised for purpose. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are indebted to farmers, ranchers, and producers for the food, clothing, and household goods that give us sustenance, warmth, and enjoyment. Their contribution to the quality of life should not be underestimated, nor should the excellent quality of life those farmers, ranchers, and producers give their animals. Now, I understand not everyone eats meat, poultry, or eggs, drinks chocolate milk, or enjoys ice cream or a slice of cheese, nor wears leather or fur, but the vast majority of Canadians do. Deciding that you will not eat meat, poultry, eggs, or dairy, nor wear leather shoes, nor carry a leather purse, does not entitle you to prevent other Canadians from enjoying these products. Your freedom of choice does not entitle you to trespass on a farm, ranch, or production site to engage in behavior that stresses animals, introduces diseases, or vandalizes private property. Speaker, we continue to see an increase in people trespassing on farms and at food processing centers, and there's a real potential to cause massive health and safety issues for the animals and the individuals who work with them. Despite the pandemic, we've seen that COVID-19 affects not only humans, but also poses a real threat to the health of some animals, and in turn the livelihoods of those families who depend on animals to make a living. When individuals enter a farm unlawfully, they not only threaten the health of animals, with potentially exposing them to disease, but the welfare of the animal is also in danger. Farmers in my riding have seen firsthand the devastating harm to the animals when protesters release them from their cages, and moms and babies are separated with no way of knowing how to reunite them. Regardless of one's own opinion, this kind of behavior should not be tolerated, especially when the health and safety of the animal is put in jeopardy. That choice and preference does not entitle you to insinuate yourself by trespassing under false premises onto a farm, ranch, or production site, to clandestinely capture video that is out of context and does not take account of animal behavior and needs. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we have the absolute right to hold our own views and opinions and the right to peacefully protest. I want to be clear that this bill in no way prohibits one's right to peacefully protest on public property. Speaker, when someone enters private property without permission, putting the health of farm families and animals at risk, there has to be consequences. This bill will increase the penalties for groups and organizations who encourage individuals to threaten the health and safety of animals and workers. There have been instances in my area where individuals have trespassed on a farm. Not only were the livestock and animals at risk, but also the families that may include young children who also reside on the property. Parenting and raising animals for a livelihood are hard work. Farmers should not have the extra burden of worrying about the safety of their children being affected by individuals unlawfully entering their farm as well. The worry adds a whole nother level of unnecessary mental health strain. Speaker, unlike most, if not all of us, who've had the privilege of serving as members of Parliament, Most farmers, ranchers, and producers who raise animals are not very political. Most just want to get on with what they know and do best, raising animals to feed us, clothe us, and serve our everyday lives. By doing so, they want to earn a living to look after their families and, like all of us, feed and clothe themselves and their families and put a roof over their heads. As they do so, they just want to be left in peace. Speaker, is that really asking too much? Now, there are instances of animals being properly cared for, of course, but this bill in no way prevents whistleblowers and employees from reporting abusive and cruel conditions in livestock facilities. In fact, they have an obligation to report to the appropriate authorities any abuse, inhumane, or irresponsible treatment, as they operate in a highly regulated environment and must follow strict codes of conduct to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of all farm animals, including farm animals at events like agricultural fairs and exhibitions. Speaker, those who raise animals for a living are the most vigilant when it comes to the animal's well-being. In today's global marketplace, it is critical we protect the integrity of Canada's supply chain and ensure our food remains safe to eat, prevents disease outbreaks, and ensures farmers and businesses do not lose significant income. Strengthening penalties for trespassers is something farmers, ranchers, food processors, farm groups, and commodity organizations all support, and I urge the Liberal government to do the same. That is why, again, as the official opposition shadow minister for agriculture and agri-food, I fully support Bill C-205, and I encourage all members of this House to support it with their votes in favor of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm from a riding where agriculture is so important and where agro-tourism really ensures greatly how dynamic Shefford is, and I'm therefore pleased to speak on C-205. The Bloc supports the bill C-205 in principle because the Bloc has always stood beside farm producers who could not survive if they didn't have respect for their animals. I grew up with horses. My father even cared for an abused horse, and he practically brought it back to life. I accompanied my uncles and my aunts when they took care of their animals. This contact with the land and small-scale agriculture was fostered in me and really opened my mind to the importance of this sector to the food chain. I'd like to talk during my speech about the major principles of the bill and then give a concrete example from my region, as well as some arguments for and against the bill. To start, I want to demystify the fact that C-205 is not a debate that questions vegan values. Rather, it is a question of having respect for animals, legislation, and private property. First, let's look at the bill. It's quite simple, in fact. It makes or creates an offense to enter without legitimate reason or authorization to enter an area where there are animals because you could expose them to a disease or toxic substance that could contaminate them. So it amends the Health of Animals Act, and this bill would then ensure penalties or sentences. However, as a shared jurisdiction, the scope is limited. There are some issues that can complicate the application of the bill, and the fact that the Health of Animals Act is intended more to protect animals with a view for consumption by humans or to avoid diseases or zoonoses, which are diseases that are transmitted from animals to humans. It's not drafted to define the conditions of animal welfare. Agriculture and animal protection is a shared jurisdiction. The federal government has therefore limited powers with regard to the application of the bill. That is why it would be interesting to have more information about how the bill will work and how it will be applied. In order to better understand this issue, here's a little definition taken from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency website. It's called FCIA. Canadian provinces have the primary responsibility for protecting the welfare of the animals, including farm animals and pets. All provinces and territories have laws in respect to animal welfare. Provincial and territorial legislation tend to be general in scope, covering a wide range of animal welfare interests. Some provinces and territories have regulations that govern certain aspects of animal welfare or are related to certain species. The CFIA's animal welfare mandate is limited to regulating humane transportation of animals and the humane treatment of food animals in federal abattoirs. The Criminal Code of Canada prohibits anybody from willfully causing animals to suffer from neglect, pain, or injury. The Criminal Code is enforced by police services, provincial and territorial societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals, and or provincial and territorial ministries of agriculture. So we must be cautious because all the provinces have legislation that regulate animal welfare. In recent years, a number of provinces have created or tightened legislation to punish those who commit an offense in an abattoir or a farm, particularly in Ontario and Alberta. Quebec doesn't yet have similar legislation. So we have many more family farms in Quebec, so we must avoid having a situation where we could infer that this should be done or must be done. So it's not up to the federal government to impose its legislation on the provinces. Now I'd like to talk about a case involving farm producers in Shefford, a case that I've been told about a number of times. I live in this region. It's considered the larder of Quebec, and it got a lot of media from Port Craig in Saint-Hyacinthe, so it's been talked about a lot. Here are the facts. On December 7th, 2019, 13 vegan militants entered into a hog farm in Saint-Hyacinthe to demonstrate against raising animals for human consumption. They filmed and demonstrated for 7 hours. They did so in front of the cages to try to condemn their quality of life. There were officers from the Sûreté of Quebec who had to come into the building to get them out. 30 people who shouldn't have been there contaminated the site, endangered the safety and health of that herd. During a health press conference in January 2020, the co-owners of the farm in question said that they have since then had clinical signs of a new disease. After analysis, they learned that they were dealing with rotavirus, which they hadn't seen in 40 years. Hogs are very sensitive to stress, and their environment must be quite controlled, including temperature and noise level. So this intrusion was a breach of the conditions and compromised the health and safety and well-being of these animals. Any access to hog farms must be limited and controlled in order to avoid the risks related to external diseases, viruses, and bacteria. And there are many different diseases that affect hogs, including rotavirus and African hog disease, which caused a lot of damage in Asia. When a herd is infected by a disease because of such an intrusion, there is a huge financial impact. Not only are the animals upset by the events, but furthermore, the co-owner, Ms. Gregoire, had said that the activists even put water inside the diesel generator and upset the thermostats, left the doors open, and the animals were subject to minus 12-degree temperatures. The noise and the stress experienced by the hogs was difficult for them. In fact, they got up very quickly, and then when they lay back down again, they killed some of the piglets, which was an unfortunate but very predictable consequence of what happens. The UPA asked and got an injunction against this group in order to prohibit them from coming within 500 meters of a farm without the permission of the owner. So we see that the risk of a sentence does not slow down the actions of these kinds of groups and is not a disincentive. After the events at Saint-Hyacinthe, the UPA made a public statement along with farm owners to offer their support and condemn this kind of practice, which is becoming quite common. The purpose of such acts are to spread an ideology through defamation, propaganda, threats, and fear. But freedom of expression is also a value that is dear to Quebec and the Bloc Québécois, and people are entitled to demonstrate and to be heard to share their vision of how things should be. However, we cannot allow this to happen through illegal actions that can furthermore cause damages that must be borne by producers and animals. Pigs are very close, genetically speaking, to human, and they have also very high stress levels. This was a very disturbing event. They were exposed to changes in light, temperature, and noise. And this is what happened at the Porcreg farm as well. This happened at the end of December, and now they've been dealing since that time with the rotavirus, a new disease. In the media, they said, we haven't seen this disease in 40 years. The pigs are feverish and sick. Since the demonstrators came into our hog farm, the maternal death rate has increased considerably. So a lot of owners are now afraid of seeing these kinds of demonstrators appear. Obviously, a lot of producers, federations are in favor of this bill. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Canadian Hog Council, Canadian Poultry Council, the Egg Producers of Canada, etc. But the bill doesn't seem to go far enough and should punish producers and processors when the animals are not living in acceptable conditions.
Militants dans les abattoirs peuvent créer des problèmes de contamination ou qu'elles peuvent mettre en
and may even endanger the lives of animals.
Heureusement, céder la parole.
And unfortunately, we'll have to move on to the next speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to be able to speak today, virtually, in order to speak on the bill put forward by the member from Foothills. Bill C-205 modifies the Animal Health Act. Like my colleague, I have a profound respect for the agriculture sector, and I'm a strong advocate for farmers who get up every morning at dawn to do this important work in order to ensure that Canadians can eat. This important bill proposes essential modifications to the current law, which, in my opinion, does not currently go far enough to protect farmers against trespassers onto their farms. Bill C-205 would create a new offense for trespassing on a farm or a ranch in order to protect livestock and other animals against intruders who may want to cause, or voluntarily or involuntarily, damage to the animals or the property. Currently, the law does provide for controlling any toxic substances that might affect animals or could be transmitted from animals to people. However, this does not apply to animal owners. Currently, there's nothing for trespassers, and the goal of this bill is to change that. It's important to note that the objective of this bill is not to limit what an individual can do in terms of protesting peacefully, but rather to create new regulations that would force people to respect a higher standard and to avoid any contamination that could have a disastrous consequence on both animal or a human health, and that could prevent a farmer from protecting the health of his herd. As members probably know, there were a number of demonstrations organized by activists, animal rights activists that is, on farms and in certain processing plants. This is not limited to any particular sector or any part of the country. As my colleague said, in the region of Saint-Hyacinthe, there were a number of problems created by activists who got into pork farms and caused damage to the animals and the property there. For example, in 2019, protesters entered a pig farm early in the morning in order to deliberately create chaos. These activists entered into the pigsty where the pigs were kept and caused extreme damage to the farm. The owner of the farm said that they had lost over 500 pigs due to contamination. 2 different infections were later found on that farm. So the demonstrators not only caused serious health problems to the pigs, but they also traumatized these animals by taking flash photography and by making them run back and forth within their enclosures. This led to considerable losses for the owner. So the activists also left the doors open to the pigsty, and they changed the temperature in the building, which caused additional problems. You can imagine how in the month of December, how much damage that could cause. So what was the consequence of this? Well, the police officers told the farmer that there was nothing that they could do to keep these demonstrators away from the property. There was clearly a premeditated element here, because these protesters, most of them at least, didn't come from the region. This is only one of many protests that happened across Quebec, but this also happens all too often elsewhere in the country, and I fear that the situation will get worse for farmers if nothing is done. When activists trespass on properties and farms, they may not understand the full consequences of their actions. What they're doing, first and foremost, is endangering the safety of the animals, the farmers, and their families and workers. Madam Speaker, I know that my colleagues in this House will agree with me when I say that our farmers and processors really care about animal health and the environment. I think they would also agree that mental health among farmers is very important, and often farmers are close to a crisis. So it's important to protect Canada's food security in Canada. Viruses that affect animals are a real threat to Canadian agriculture. They can decimate entire herds and seriously harm our industry and economy. So having an epidemic in Canada would really devastate our farms. It could paralyze the pig farming industry and many others as well. It's important to have strong biosecurity measures for farmers, as well as food processors and other people working on the food chain. Recently, more and more people have managed to trespass onto farms. This could lead to serious biosecurity problems for the animals there and the people who work on the farms as well. Madam Speaker, even the Minister of Agriculture spoke out concerning this unacceptable action on the part of these extremist groups. She said that this was a concern for her department. I'd like to share a few quotations with this House from stakeholders who really agree with the proposal in this bill. The 2,877 chicken farmers in Canada are proud to be able to provide safe food for Canadians. The Food Safety Program, which was set up by a Canadian farmer, implements strict biosecurity measures in all farms across Canada in order to limit the spread of disease. This bill will strengthen the Animal Health Act in order to ensure that trespassers are prosecuted, while also preventing the spread of disease. That quote is from Benoit Fontaine, from the Chicken Farmers of Canada. Now, dairy farmers want to provide the best health standards for their troops and their workers, and the amendments proposed by this bill will allow us to better protect the health and safety of our animals. That is a quote from Pierre Lampron, President of the Dairy Farmers of Canada. As you can see, Madam Speaker, the industry really does support these important changes, and we, the Conservatives, hope that we will have the support of other parties to be able to pass this important bill as soon as possible. There were a number of recent incidents in the in this country, which seem to have been organized not by individuals, but by groups of activists who are provoking people, and they're pushing them to break the law. So this amendment would discourage these groups from doing so by doubling the existing fines. In conclusion, Bill C-205 will defend biosecurity measures on farms and in processing centers. Protecting animals and workers is always a priority and should always be a priority on farms and processing units. So I hope that all members in this House will understand the importance of this bill and will support it when it comes to a vote in this House. This bill is definitely not a partisan one. It's simply a matter of common sense. Madam Speaker, we need to do everything we can to protect our agriculture sector. As you've heard in other speeches in this House, the protection of our national food safety is extremely important. It's essential that we intervene as a government to ensure that there is proper conformity to the standards here. We need to have proper guidelines that provinces can then examine and implement.
Malheureusement.
Unfortunately, I have to interrupt the honourable member.
Give the honourable member for Foothills the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think it's very fitting that I have the opportunity to speak on my private member's bill C-205 on the week that we've celebrated Canadian Agriculture Day. And I think it means a lot when you look at the bills that have come forward. And I want to congratulate my colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for the passing of his private member's bill C-205, which was exempting all farm fuels from the carbon tax. There's a huge message that we are sending to Canadian farmers, that we are advocating for them and doing issues that I know are important to them as well. I want to take the short time that I have remaining in this debate to thank my colleagues who have stepped up and spoken to my bill. Certainly my colleague from Beauce today and my colleague from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, who spoke in favor of this legislation today. But I think it's important as we talk about this legislation and how it builds on the very robust biosecurity measures we already have in Canada. But I want to thank my colleagues in the New Democrat Party, especially the agriculture critic, who spoke about another very important issue when we had our first hour of debate. And I heard it raised again today about the issue of whistleblowers. Nothing in this legislation, this proposed bill, does anything to prevent whistleblowers from doing what I believe, and many Canadians believe, is a very important job. Someone who has a lawful reason for being on farm, like a farm employee, who sees something that is concerning or is not up to standard, they should absolutely take that opportunity to raise that issue with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency or their employer to ensure that our farm animals are protected. I also want to thank the Bloc agriculture critic who talked about another important issue, and that was the mental health impact that this has on Canadian farmers. When, like the Shetter family in my riding, when they came to their barn at 7:30 in the morning and saw 40 protesters in one of their barns, and it was shocking. And it has had a profound impact on that family that I know still impacts them to this day. But my colleague from Saint-Hazan-Bagot also spoke today about a very recent issue at a farm in his riding where 30 protesters came onto a hog operation. They did not understand the biosecurity protocols that are in place. And that is exactly what this legislation is trying to address. And as a result of those protesters being on that hog farm, that farmer has now seen rotavirus in his herd that he hasn't seen on his farm in more than 40 years. These are the issues that are very real and do impact Canadian farmers. That could have been African swine fever, which would have devastated that farm, spread across Canada, and this is a $14 billion industry to Canada that a protester or an activist unknowingly, not understanding the biosecurity protocols that are in place, and they are very strict. Any of us in this House who have gone to visit a farm in our riding or a neighboring riding understands the things that you must do before you go onto those farms and certainly into barns or processing plants. These protesters and activists, in many times, just don't understand those protocols that are in place. And certainly, I know they would not do it on purpose, but they don't sometimes understand the consequences of their actions, and they could be bringing in African swine fever, BSC, foot and mouth disease, avian flu, all of these things have an impact. And as I said, we saw it at that hog farm in Quebec. But we also saw mink farms in BC have to euthanize their animals because of COVID-19. So we have seen what has happened and the impact that COVID-19 pandemic has had on our Canadian economy. Well, imagine a similar virus or disease that came onto a farm would have a similar impact throughout our agriculture sector. And that is what this legislation is trying to prevent. It is not a statement against protesting. Protesting is an important part of our society, but they can do that on private and public property outside of the farm. When they cross that line and go onto private property, that is what this is trying to address. And I want to thank the commodity groups and the farmers across Canada who I've worked with, including the Shetter family, to develop this legislation and bring it forward. This wouldn't be possible without their support and their encouragement. And I would ask that all members in this House support this legislation to get it to committee to have further discussion. And I hope they will vote in favor of Bill C-205. I want us to send a message to farmers and farm families. They were here for you. We understand what you're going through. We're there for your families, and we're there for your financial and your mental health. And we are also there for protecting the sanctity of our food supply. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
It being 1:15, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Ms. Rood, moved that Bill C-205, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Si un député d'en partir...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House would like to have recorded division or to have the motion passed with dissidence, I would ask them to now rise.
I would like to record a vote.
The honourable member for Foothills. Oh no. Okay. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le...
Pursuant to order adopted on January 25th, the recorded division stands deferred until the 10th of March at the end of the time provided for oral questions.
Now, before the House adjourns, avant que la Chambre s'ajoute.
Before the House adjourns, I would like to point out that today is the last day at the table for one of our clerks, Patrice Martin, who will soon be retiring. Patrice started his career at the House in 1992. Over the years, he has held various positions with committees, table research, journals, and international and interparliamentary affairs. Patrice, thank you for the wonderful service you've provided parliamentarians throughout your career, and please accept our best wishes for a long and happy retirement. And I'd like to thank you personally as well.
It being 1:16, 17? Sorry? 2. Oh, it's 2. I'm sorry. It being 2:16. The House stands adjourned until Monday, March 8, 2021, until 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1. Okay, sorry. It's not 1.